right, good evening, everybody. This is our board meeting of October 17, 2023. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Roll call, please, Danielle.
President Mr. Beach.
Present.
Vice President Mrs. Say.
Present.
Clerk Mr. Nishi.
Present.
Board
Present.
Member Dr. Eugenio.
Here.
Board Member Mr. Niliola.
Here.
Board Member Dr. Rios. Board Member Mrs. Yu.
Here.
Thank you.
All right, report out on closed session items. This evening, we will be discussing the following items in closed session. Public employee discipline, dismissal, release, evaluation, one matter. Conference with labor negotiator, update on negotiations with ABCFT, AFSCME, and CSEA. Existing litigation, one matter. And anticipated litigation, conference with legal counsel. Clerk Nishi, are there any public comments?
I do not see any.
May I have a motion to move to closed session?
So moved by Sophia.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Moving to closed session. everybody. Welcome back to open session. May I have a motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. For those of you in the audience, welcome. Please silence your cell phones. Closed session report out. Tonight in closed session, the board discussed the following: public employee discipline, dismissal, release, evaluation, one matter; conference with labor negotiator, updates on negotiations with ABCFT, AFSCME, and CSEA; existing litigation, one matter; and anticipated litigation, conference with legal counsel. Pledge of Allegiance. I'm honored to see Dr. Yenyo and my alma mater. He and I both went to Mary Bragg a long time ago. We are Bobcats, and we're excited to see you here. Pledge of Allegiance, please begin.
Please stand. Put your right hand over your heart, face the flag, ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now, if you would please join us for our new PBIS pledge. So should I say on the count? Yeah. On the count of three, please begin. 1, 2, 3. Today I choose to be respectful, responsible, kind, and engaged because I value myself, my learning, and my community. I'm ready to do my personal best. Go Bobcats! Good evening, President of the Board, Mr. Beach, Vice President of the Board, Ms. Say, School Board members, Superintendent of the ABC Unified School District, Dr. Zietlow, Cabinet members, and ABC staff, community, parents, and students. My name is Sasha Kuraming, and I'm the President in Student Leadership and a 6th grader at Bragg Elementary. This evening, I would like to share with you about our core values and what student leadership has brought to the table here at Mary Bragg. Our core values are to be respectful, responsible, kind, and engaged. At Bragg, we can understand and practice these core values with our PBIS chart and weekly reminders from our principal, Dr. Highlake. Our new pledge was modified to fit our core values to teach students about how important it is to be respectful, responsible, kind, and engaged. We are taught to be the best we can in and out of school with our core values. When students practice these values, they earn Bobcat Bucks. Bobcat Bucks can be turned into a raffle where students can earn prizes from the goodie cart or have lunch with the principal. At Bragg, student leadership has not only brought our school together, but our community. At school, we have had monthly events that are run by student leadership, like our games at Trunk or Treat, which is on October 27th, Thanksgiving Turkey Mural, Holiday Gift Shop, Flying to 2023, our Cherry Blossom message board where students wrote what they loved, Shamrock Scavenger Hunt, our chess tournament, and Bragg's Got Talent. Mrs. Lee, who is an amazing teacher at Bragg, runs student leadership and helps us plan all of our events. Bragg's Got Talent, for example, was our very first talent show, and it was a huge success. It was an event where students could showcase and perform their talents in front of friends and family after school. All of these events were both fun and exciting for both students and parents. These events bring us as a community together. Students get to have fun at these events, and that's what we love to see. Student leadership leads Monday morning assemblies, pledges, monthly spirit wears, and events. We as a team bring students together. We also work side by side with our wonderful PTA that hosts our Boosterthon, which pays for our field trips and supplies. This is my last year in elementary school, and I am excited to serve as student leadership president. Student leadership allowed me to plan and host school events and gave me a broader perspective being a good leader. In all, this shows how much student leadership has brought to the table and how we at Bragg Elementary follow our core values. Thank you for listening, and now I will pass the mic to my friend, Kyra Maligat.
Good evening. My name is Kyra Maligat. I'm a student leadership representative and a 6th grader at Bragg. I'm also an eco leader from Grades of Green. Tonight, I would love to share about what Green Team has overall done and how that has impacted me as a leader. Green Team has changed the world in many ways. Miss Flores, who you may already know, has always encouraged and inspired the team with the help of a lot of people. My friends Lauren, Haley, and Emma, who won the EPA Presidential Environmental Youth Award for our trash-free lunch, have never let the team down and are trying to pursue even more dreams in middle school. With Miss Flores' and our students' hard work, Mary Bragg earned the prestigious California Green Ribbon Award, which is one of the most best moments in my life. On top of that, we have multiple groups that are led by student leaders. Each leader takes a different step into making our planet greener. Some projects are whole school recycling, straw and roll, and beach cleanups, which are currently on hiatus, but we do have a beach cleanup on the 28th. It's not just me that has been impacted by Green Team, but over 170 members have also been beside Miss Flores and the new Miss Indaya to protect our planet locally and even across the world, like in Nigeria. You might be wondering, how did we protect the planet in Nigeria? Well, it's because of our sister school team and the program Unite, which Grades of Green has created for students to talk to other kids in less fortunate places and raise money for them. Our team partnered with JSS Tutinwanda School in Nigeria to learn about each other's lives, cultures, challenges, and environmental realities. One of the many challenges was when we called with them. They had to use their teachers' phones after school. Even with this problem, we were still able to talk to them. And it was one of the best experiences that Sister School offers. We made $5,488 for them to purchase shoes, desks, chairs, plants, and trees for their school. Last spring, we even met Pastor Isaac, who is the adult leader from Nigeria. He was able to get a check for the money and a tree to honor him. This impacted me to realize how we treat our earth and how we can work together to help it. Not only working with Green Team helped me become an eco-leader, but also the decision to help kids across the globe. I can't wait to see what we do this year, and hopefully I can extend my Unite journey. Now, I'll pass the microphone to our chairman, Raymond Fernando.
Good evening. My name is Raymond Fernando, and I am a 6th grader, and I am Mary Bragg's chairman of student leadership. Being chairman has and will continue to bring out the best in me. Speaking of the best, I would like to talk about how our amazing staff and teachers push to bring out the best in all students. Teachers at Bragg, such as Miss Lawrence, have programs that give us fun but academic skills as well. The program is called Mind Readers. In this club, they read books and then later go on into competition with other schools. In this program, you are reading a whole lot, and that gives students academic skills that will be used later on. Our wonderful staff at Bragg are experienced and very dedicated. As Bragg staff, they work hard to get jobs done and make sure we as students are doing the best we can. Without our fellow staff and students trying their absolute best, Mary Bragg would not be what we are today. After COVID, when we came back to school, there was a change in test scores. Mary Bragg set an academic goal, and teachers and students worked to achieve that goal. Bragg students not only met these goals, but surpassed them. In things like English, there was a gain in test scores. We had a 3% gain in ELA. Our students went from 70% to 73%. And in math, believe it or not, we had a 6% gain on tests. We went from 64% to 70%. Students were either at grade level or above. We will also continue to have rotations at Bragg. We have library, art, and our new rotation, VAPA, or Performing Arts. Each rotation gives us 45 minutes of time to have fun outside of a classroom, but still learn at the same time. These rotations and programs give us motivation and academic skills students need to keep up these fantastic scores. I am very proud to be able to say I am Bragg's chairman and be a student at Bragg. Thank you for your time, and as we say at Bragg, go Bobcats.
At this time, I'd like to recognize all the parents of these wonderful students that are in the audience. Can you please stand and be recognized? All right, I'll bring it back to my board if there's any comments. Vice President Say.
I think we not just only have parents, also have grandparents here too, supporting this program. I know one of my past staff, which is Maria's here, she so much support her grandchildren's. She always involved in their Mary Bragg School. Thank you, you folks.
Clerk Nishi.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this is an amazing thing, right? Your kids can make a difference. You don't have to wait for later on to make a difference in this world. They're making a difference in Nigeria. They're making a difference in their own community. And it's not just the things that you do in the world, but your academics are your tools for the future. So doing better in math, doing better in English, doing better in all these things, we're going to give you the tools to make this world a better place, I think. And so I'm really proud of that. And so you got the Silver Award. What are your plans for 2024 to top it?
Is that a rhetorical question or a real question?
It's just, so anyway, maybe it has something to do with the tie-dye t-shirt, right? No. Okay. All right.
It's one of a kind.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Arnie. Dr. Helig, staff, and Bobcats, I'm extremely proud of you all. Your academic increases, the green team results, just absolutely incredible, and I want to thank you for that. Ms. Suyu.
Oh, thank you. Bobcats, I saw you guys as I was entering the room. You guys were in small groups here and there, practicing, really excited. That's the teamwork, and that's the excitement. Keep up your passion and your love for academics and learning and just your beautiful smiles and innocence. Keep it up, children. God bless you.
Thank you, Bobcats. All right, before you leave, is everybody's homework done?
Yeah, sure.
I have a 4th grader and a 6th grader, and I know there's one of you that needs to go home and do it. Anyway, thank you for being here, and go Bobcats. All right, we're going to move on to presentations. We have with us tonight a very special person named Isa Albinali, Whitney High School senior who wrote a book. It's on Amazon's bestseller list as a children's author. So I'd like to call on Dr. Zietlow, and we're going to present him with a certificate.
We'll go ahead and have you come on up, Isa. He wrote a book called The Not So Special Fish, and it has encompassed a number of things, his interests in science as well as aspects of learning as a kid. He's been going to different schools and reading to our first graders, and he was recently interviewed on Good Day LA, and so we're very proud of you. I don't know if you want to say something about your book, and then we can take a picture and recognize you.
Yeah. Yeah, so I wrote the book, The Not So Special Fish, and I think, the first school I went to is Gonsalves Elementary School, and, seeing that, the idea that I had in the beginning with the book of, spreading it, and especially to, children in my community was something that was important to me. And so, being able to share this, interest that I have and, thing that I made with people in the community and specifically in Gonsalves Elementary School with the first graders, it was something that was really special. And yeah, I definitely want to do more stuff like that and, bring this this book to other people. So thank you.
Thank you. We'll come up and meet you in the middle here.
Isa, we're so proud of you. Congratulations. Great job. Sure. Vice President Say.
Ethan, oh my God, I'm so proud, so honored to be the board member here today because one of our kids wrote a book. I can brag about it everywhere I go. And I asked him, I say, do you have extra couple books the audience people and I would like to purchase? He said, you can have this book. I said, wow. I said, with your signature on it, this will be in my library, in my room. And I'm going to read to my son, the little one. Because I love to read. All my children love to read. And we were, my neighbor, my kids since 3 years old, they always read. The things that really get worse is they even brush their teeth, they'll read the book. Everybody take the bathroom for a long time because we love to read. In my bathroom always has a book there, but I want to thank you so much, and I appreciate it. And we need to tell people, more people to get to Amazon to buy this book to support him. Thank you, President.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to Distinguished Young Women, East and West, Class of 2024, and I'd like to call on Darshna Shah from the Distinguished Young Women. Please come forward.
Would you like us to say a few words about the distinguished young women? Oh, there they are. Okay. Thank you, School Board, for having us here today, and thank you for recognizing these amazing young women that are behind me. And just to let you know a little bit about the Distinguished Young Women, you may have heard of it as America's Junior Miss, and now it's called Distinguished Young Women, and it is not a beauty pageant. So what we judge the girls on, and we bring in judges who are qualified in their respective fields, and we judge the girls on academics, fitness, talent, self-expression, and interview. So those are the 5 categories that they're judged on, and it's very competitive. Although if you dropped in at one of our practices, you would never know that. The girls just are so wonderful. They help one another, and this is a great bonding experience for high schools, across high schools. And we generally get about 20 to 25 participants. We wish we could get more. But the beauty of this program is, although we give out $8,000 worth of scholarships to these children, there is not a penny cost to them. Okay, there is no entrance fee, there is no, we don't even want them to go out and buy clothes and shoes to participate. If we can provide it, that's what we'd like to do. So without further ado, what we're doing here is that we send the winners from our local program to the California State program, and then the California State program picks a winner who then goes on to the national program and is declared the America's Distinguished Young Women. And at every level, the judging is on the same criteria, and just the money keeps increasing. So you end up having, the America's Distinguished Young Woman could probably have like $40,000 or $60,000 worth of scholarship. And the good part is that it's owned for college. It is for college tuition. So we don't hand them a check that they can run down to Cerritos Mall. We used to, but we don't do that anymore. But so we hold the money, and as soon as they go to college and show us expense for tuition, books, computer, etc., we reimburse them right away. It's their money. We hold it for 5 years. So we have students. These girls are so smart that you wouldn't be surprised if they got a free ride to their undergrad. We hold it for 5 years. We say, when you go to master's, we'll pay it then, So, and we extend it too, because if there's a reason why they need to use it beyond the 5 years, we'll extend it. The board will make a decision. So I'm going to introduce we send 3 winners, and then we select an alternate, because in this day and age, with all of the stuff that's going on with the pandemic, we never know. So we always pick winners and an alternate. We decided on 3 winners because everybody who came to our program from the state or national said, your girls are so fantastic that when you just send 1 winner or just 2 winners, you're just not doing justice. So we scrape together the money that we need, because every child we send, we have to pay a fee to the state program. So we scrape together the money, we scrape together the donations from local businesses, and also there's a lot of people that help us. The Cerritos College helps us by giving us the student center to hold our program. There's local churches that say you can have your practices here. The senior center says you can have your meeting here, so the whole community kind of rallies together, and not to mention that city, both Artesia and Cerritos give us some money. So we basically beg, borrow, and do whatever we have to do to get these girls to state. And who I have here is Amy Ganatra. I have Samantha Sugino, and Amy Ganatra, come on forward, sweetie. And Samantha Sugino. We have Ayla. I want to say Alia, but no, it's Ayla Jerome. And then our alternate is Dia Bhardwaj. Samantha is from Cerritos High School, and the other three are from Whitney High School. And I won't go into the amounts, but needless to say, somewhere the winners get something like, $1,800, $2,000, and then the rest of the people that aren't here get in different categories. So every category winner gets money, and then the overall winners get money. So these 4 young ladies are super, super accomplished, and if you have juniors, please tell them to look up this program and tell them to participate. And I'm just going to have one of them. I know there's a time limitation, so I'll just ask Amy to just say a few words about what it is about participating in this program, if that's okay. Sure. Okay.
Hello, distinguished board. My name is Amy Ganatra, and it's an honor to serve as the distinguished young woman of Cerritos Artesia East, and thank you so much for giving us all the honor of being recognized today. Distinguished Young Women is a program that I know myself, along with all of us, hold very close to our hearts just because of how much it's been able to teach us. Seeing that all of us are seniors now, the program's values and the different categories that we're judged on kind of help us as we prepare for the future. One of the most notable ones I kind of want to mention is the interview process. I think especially starting that phase of college admissions, applying for jobs, internships, being able to get that exposure to an internship, the preparation needed for it, and then just being able to kind of evaluate yourself in so many different areas of academics, your personal health, just so many different factors in your daily life. You truly kind of see how focusing on those factors and just really honing in on them help you become the best version of yourself. And that's kind of the whole, I guess, mission of the Distinguished Young Women program. And as a whole, it focuses on 5 pillars. So being responsible, being ambitious, being studious, being healthy, and being involved. And I think all of us have been able to exemplify a portion of that in our schools, in our communities. And I think just by being able to be a part of the local program, a state program, we've been able to get that exposure to so many like-minded girls who are able to kind of accomplish the same thing in their own schools and their own communities. And by being able to find that sort of community environment by such like-minded individuals has been such an honor, and I can't wait to see how we're able to help the next group of girls achieve the same this year. So thank you for having us today.
I'd just like to say to the school board, we have 2 great talents right here. Samantha Sugino won the talent award at California State. Dia won the talent at the local. And so if you guys ever need performers for anything, those are the 2 names you want to keep in mind. Thank you. The girls. It takes away from the girls. Thank you. Thank you. It takes away from the girls. It's the girls.
Before they leave, I'd also like to recognize their parents. If you're in the audience, please stand. We're very proud of these young ladies. Congratulations. Okay, we're now moving on to the Filipino American History Month. I'd like to call on Dr. Castro.
Good evening, Board President and distinguished community members, board members. We're happy again to make sure that we're honoring our community. Filipino American History Month is in the month of October, And so we wanted to make sure that we took time to honor this special group that has made an impact in ABC Unified. Tonight with me is Blaine Watson, our equity officer, who's going to cover the majority of the presentation. And as the screen prepares itself and as the presentation is prepared, I just want to remind us that this is a little different than a Heritage Month. This is really about the Filipino American history and how it impacts our community and our students and our staff here in ABC. So without further ado, I will hand it over to our equity officer.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Castro. All right, good evening. First of all, I want to say magandang gabi. Hope I said that correctly. Magandang gabi means good evening in Tagalog. My name is Blaine Watson. Good evening, distinguished board. I am here to talk about Filipino American History Month. And first of all, I want to thank the board for allowing us to present this evening. So again, good evening, President Beach, Vice President Say, Board Clerk Nishi, board members Eugenio Noyola Rios, and you. Hello, Dr. Sitlo, and cabinet members, and last but not least, again, magandang gabi to our guests tonight. Quickly before I start, I want to say that this has been an honor to study and research Filipino American history. I grew up in San Diego and grew up around a lot of Filipinos. I went to school in a mostly Filipino community in Linda Vista and Serra Mesa in San Diego. So a lot of connections in San Diego, a lot of friends. So I was very proud to be able to study and elevate the culture we're going to celebrate today and for the rest of the month. So we'll go ahead and begin. Again, like we mentioned, we're here to celebrate. The theme of this year's nationwide celebration of Filipino American history is recognizing 125 years of Philippine American history. Looking at the demographics of our district, we recognize that 11.7% of our student population, our student body, is Filipino American. Also, it's important for us to understand some of the history, right, related to how the genesis, right, the beginning of Filipino American history. And I would say that I'm honored. Again, there's some things I learned in this presentation, in this work. I learned a lot about what we call the Bayanihan spirit. It's the communal giving of joy, care, and putting others first in the Filipino culture. And also, and again, if I'm not pronouncing these words correctly, please forgive me, but the idea of kahit mahirap basta sama-sama tayo, which means it doesn't matter if life gets difficult as long as we're all together. And that's been the theme of all the relationships I have with my Filipino friends and going to family events. That is the theme of what I see. So talking about the history, there's some things that we should understand. Filipino American History Month commemorates the first Filipinos to arrive to the U.S. So history states that there was a trade route, right? During the colonization of the Americas, but also the Philippines, there was a trade route that ran from Acapulco to the Philippines, and then returning for the Philippines, they would head east, right, in northern currents. There we go, and this was the trade route. So you'd have a lot of explorers, a lot of traders coming from Acapulco into the Philippines and the South China Sea, going then up across the Pacific and back across down California, the coast of Baja California, back down to Acapulco. I'd be remiss if I don't mention my 5th grade son, 10-year-old. He's a student in Torrance Unified. He said, "Dad, I learned last year that these trade routes, the reason they traveled west in these routes is because there were a lot of strong currents that went west and the stronger currents that went east up along the northern part of the Pacific. So there was a natural trade route in terms of currents." And he also taught me that Native Americans, Native Californians would repair ships when they landed in California. So we're celebrating, commemorating the first Filipinos to arrive in California at around Morro Bay. And those are the first Filipinos that arrived in the state of California, now the state of California. Also important is just celebrating some facts, right? Understanding who the Filipino culture has become and has developed. A very diverse culture, very diverse people. If you look at what we're thinking about in terms of the celebration of this, of Filipino American history, there was a lot of movement, a lot of I want to say, advocacy to make sure that we celebrate a specific month in the United States. And October was designated that month at around 2009. But also, like I mentioned before, from 1565 to 1838, the Spanish colonized the Philippines. And then in 1898, that's when the U.S. occupied the Philippines. And I remember learning about the Great Disaster of 1898. I was a Spanish language and literature major in college. I remember learning about how the Spanish was a huge disaster, right, in Spanish culture, because the Spanish lost their empire. They lost the Philippines, they lost Cuba, and lost Puerto Rico. So when I think about the 1898, that's what comes to mind, just like how the Spanish were losing their empire. But present day, we're talking about the Filipino Americans being the first documented Asian people in the United States, the third largest Asian American group in the nation after Chinese and Indian, and then third largest ethnic group in California after Latinos and African Americans. Thank you. So what are some things that we're doing in ABC Unified to honor Filipino American history? You may or may not know that at two of our high schools, at Artesia High School and Gar High School, we have a Filipino club at Artesia, and also we have the Barkada Club, which is led by Mr. Maligmat. Also at Cerritos and Gar High School, I've met via email, Madam Oliva, who teaches our Tagalog courses, Tagalog 1 through 4, levels 1 through 4, at both high schools, Gar and Cerritos. She shares assignment at both schools. And then also, last year we piloted a program called the Know Your Roots program in partnership with the Pacific Asian Family Organization to teach Asian American students, Pacific Asian, AAPI students, I should say, about positive relationships and understanding their culture. Some other ways that we are celebrating and honoring Filipino culture. We talked about, last time I was with you all, we talked a little bit about honoring the community cultural wealth, right? The different levels of capital that we celebrate, whether it's relational capital in cultures, whether it's the social capital, whether it's the resistance capital in different cultures. But we definitely elevate it through our District Unity and Equity Committee. That is a group that is going to be working through different initiatives, understand the diversity of our organization, also our schools, and understanding what representation needs to be set and supporting our different communities. Also, I mentioned the Know Your Roots program already. And lastly, there is a plan. Right now we have two different family circles we're supporting, the Black Family Circle and the Hispanic Latino Family Circle. But there is a plan to start our AAPI Family Circle in the spring of this year. Also, we talked about Madam Oliva and the courses at both high schools. We do offer the Sila Biliteracy, and for our students who are taking the Tagalog course. And I will say that at Cerritos, we have 16 students who've completed the Sila Biliteracy for Tagalog, and also at Gar High School, 4 students. In our curriculum, so how does our curriculum, right, both in the elementary levels and secondary levels, represent and I want to say also support the representation of our Filipino Americans? You may or may not know the history of Larry Itliong, who was fighting alongside Cesar Chavez for farm workers' rights here, and he actually was the initiator of the Delano, excuse me. Yes, Delano grape strike. There we go. Sorry, lost my thought. And and that is a voice potentially and a representation that sometimes often goes missing. So I'm glad to know that we are studying and sharing this history with our students. Let's move on to at the secondary level. There's definitely coverage of the Filipino American War. We also learn that we're further studying the National Farm Workers Association, the work that they did in collaboration, again, Itliong and Cesar Chavez, and also what happened in the history of the beginning of the relationship with the United States and how we had the Filipino Revolution and how they worked with the U.S. initially to fight for revolution, to fight for independence, but that did not happen. Right? There was an occupation from the United States for almost 50 years in the Philippines. So other activities that we are doing to support Filipino American History Month, I would ask us all to support the Gar High School Barkada Club Picnic, October 28th, from 2 to 5 p.m. at Liberty Park here in our community. I would also ask us to, if you can, attend our Cerritos High School Club Magkaisa dance troupe performances. The dance is titled Sayao Sa Banco at Leal Elementary on Monday the 23rd. And then also Halloween event after school at Cerritos High School, October 27th in room 209. And then lastly, if you have a phone, I would go back one slide, please. If you have a phone, I'd ask you to take out your cell phone and take a picture of these QR codes. This will take you directly to those club Instagram pages. You can study and learn more about what they're doing all throughout the year. So I'll allow you to do that for a second. All right. So lastly, I'm not going to talk about everything here, but some other things that we can consider doing to support Filipino American History Month and learn more about the culture, the diversity of the culture, is reading Filipino American studies books. For example, Filipino Americans, Transformation and Identity. It's a foundational comprehensive text in Filipino American studies, studied at the university level. We can learn more about conducting oral and share oral histories that highlight regional experiences of Filipino American history here in California, for example. So asking local Filipinos about their experience in California, about how their family arrived here, I think that would be interesting to learn more about. Also locally, I went to this restaurant last week, this restaurant, McKinney Pinay's Pride. And I love Filipino food. I've loved Filipino food since San Diego, and I had a wonderful time. Great reception there, wonderful staff. So I would encourage us to try this restaurant and others in the community. I know there's several. So lastly, I would share that we, in order to continue to elevate and again celebrate the community cultural wealth of our Filipino American staff, what we wanted to do is make sure we highlighted the stories from within. So how proud and how representative is culture for Filipino Americans? And so what I would like to do quickly is not talk about every single person, but we have several submissions here that we're going to highlight. And so we're going to scan through every single slide quickly, but I'm going to highlight a few. So this is one. Miss Krista Araneta, one of the things she said here is one of the Tagalog sayings that I love is kahit mahirap basta sama-sama tayo, which means it doesn't matter if life gets difficult as long as we're all together. This is something that you'll see a lot, especially in the Philippines. No matter what happens, Filipinos are together with big smiles on their faces. Someone else would like to celebrate here is, again, there we go, Mr. Jason Maligmat, education specialist at Gar High School. As a Filipino American, and he's also the club advisor for the Barkada Club, as a Filipino American educator, to be able to play a role in empowering young students as they form their own cultural identities is not something I take lightly, because as students begin to see themselves and their stories as part of the narrative of this country, they build empathy towards others and become agents of change in the face of injustice. Another person to highlight here is Ms. Josie Cox, Director of Purchasing and Risk Management here in the district office. She mentioned, and this is where I learned about the Bayanihan spirit. It is the communal giving of joy, care, and putting others first. We allow the rules, we follow the rules, we are resilient, and we adapt easily. This coming from a country influenced by the Malays, the Chinese, the Spanish, and the Americans. A couple more. Ms. Araceli Baluyut, there we go, secretary at Burbank Elementary. She says, I still remember being part of the Filipino club at Cerritos High School and performing the many different traditional dances to show off my culture to family, friends, and classmates, and still being friends with the same group of people after 20 years. Okay, I think we have just a couple more here. I'm going to go down to slide 24, go down to Allison Dabus. One more. There we go. Allison says, the stories from my parents and grandparents about the journey they have made in their lifetime have created in me a deep sense of gratitude for my Filipino roots. I love the culture. I love the food. To cook it and share it with those that surround me in the Philippines, feeding people is how we show we care for them and the respect that we have for them. I'm extremely proud and grateful to be Filipina. Okay, we're going to do one more here. All right, so Mr. Ricardo Brown, principal at Tracy. All right, so I think he's in the house here. There you go, Mr. Brown, there you go. So playing professional basketball in my mother's homeland in front of the greatest and most devoted fans in the world for nearly 10 years, and to be the first Filipino American to play in the Philippine Basketball Association and inducted into the league's Hall of Fame in 2009 is nothing short of a true blessing from God. Thank you very much. I want to I think we owe all of our staff who submitted their profiles here a round of applause. I'm really proud of everything submitted. So again, I thank you for the opportunity to celebrate and share the rich cultural history of Filipino Americans and continue to celebrate their heritage within ABCUSD. Thank you very much.
Thank
Any
you.
questions?
Bring it back to the board. Any questions or comments? Dr. Yenyo.
Dr. Watson, thank you so much for that presentation.
You're welcome.
I'm actually deeply honored and humbled that we have our own month.
That's right.
And actually, thank you for introducing this book to me. My maternal grandfather, he actually worked the farms in Delano.
Wow.
So I'll be buying this book.
Wow.
Thank you for introducing that to me.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for sharing.
Anyone else? Okay, well, I'd like to recognize Dr. Yenyo, our very own board member, who is my Filipino friend from the second grade. Thank you, sir. Okay.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll now move on to Spotlight on Teaching and Learning, ABCUSD College and Career, Enriching Education and Expanding Opportunities. Dr. Castro.
Thank you. For this Spotlight in Teaching and Learning, we're going to be combining two programs, discussing two programs, which is our dual enrollment program and our work experience programs. Hopefully you've received a copy of our dual enrollment catalog at your tables. We're happy to say we also have a version in Spanish as well for our community. And so these will be made available to the public after today, as well as we have our guests from Celico here also as part of the presentation. We want to honor and thank them for their partnership, as well as various staff members that will be honored and recognized during the presentation. To provide us with this presentation is our Supervisor of Special Programs for College and Career Programs specifically, Ms. Sasha Leonardo.
Thank you so much, Dr. Castro. And as the presentation is coming down, good evening, Board President Beach, Vice President Say, Clerk Nishii, esteemed board members, Superintendent Dr. Zietlow, our Superintendent's Cabinet and Community. I am so grateful to be here this evening to talk more about our programs. Again, I am Sasha Leonardo, your Supervisor of College and Career Programs, and I have the great honor of being joined by our incredible partners from the Southeast Los Angeles County Workforce Development Board, Executive Director Yolanda Castro, and the Director of Contracts, Compliance, and Strategic Partnerships, Sandra Michel. This evening, we're going to be talking about how our incredible partners, both educational partners and community partners, are really helping us enrich education and expand opportunities to ensure our students are college and career ready. For the first part of our presentation this evening, I'm going to be speaking to our dual enrollment program in which we partner with Cerritos College, and then I will be sharing the mic with our partners from Celico. So really quickly, dual enrollment is exactly as it sounds. It's the ability for our students here at ABC Unified School District to enroll in college courses and earn college credit. But dual enrollment really shifted in 2016 with AB 288, the College and Career Access Partnerships Program. And I want to take a moment to recognize and acknowledge our Assistant Superintendent of Academic Services, Dr. Carol Castro, for really leading the charge in bringing ABC and Cerritos College to the table to form our CCAP agreement. It was because of this work that our students had the unique opportunity to remove barriers that were typically in place with dual enrollment and gain access for our students who are typically underserved or just don't see themselves pursuing college beyond high school. Under our CCAP agreement, our students have the ability to take closed college courses within ABC, meaning they can enroll in college courses and they're not open to the general public. Students also have the ability to take these courses on their school sites, virtually or asynchronously, again, increasing that access piece. And these courses come without any student fees, and the textbooks and curriculum are supported by ABC Unified School District. I think one of the most incredible pieces about this is the support services our students can take advantage of from Cerritos College, such as their Student Health Center, tutoring services, college counseling, as well as access to the library. I want to provide a quick snapshot of the data to show the incredible growth the dual enrollment program has had. You can see in just 1 year alone, we have increased by 61% in terms of our enrollment numbers. That's 523 dual enrollment students currently enrolled this fall. We also have 66 dual enrollment classes under our CCAP agreement. And if you see the chart here, these are those students who are typically underrepresented in higher education, and we've had steady increase in growth in all of those sections over the last 3 years, and acknowledge the fact that we still have work to do to continue to increase those numbers and increase access. I realize nobody can actually read this whole page, but I wanted to show just the volume of cataloged courses we have under our CCAP agreement, and I received confirmation about 30 minutes ago that ABC Unified School District officially has the most CCAP classes out of any partner with Cerritos College. As a part of our dual enrollment program, we have other specialized programs that really support our students. The first being our early college program. In the early college program, our students have the ability over the course of 4 years in high school to embed dual enrollment courses that fulfill their lower division requirements for higher education. Upon completion, students earn up to 53.5 units that they then transfer to CSUs or UCs. What this means is when our students enter the university system, they essentially go right into their major or minor courses or electives of choice. We currently have 2 high schools, Whitney and Artesia, that have cohorts in early college program, and anticipate GAR High School in 2024. Sorry, I'm going to go back on that. I do also want to note that at Fetty Middle School, we have another special program, which is our dual immersion, dual enrollment program. This is an important program to us, and I jumped ahead too quickly, but I think it's always fun when we hear from students versus adults. So I'm going to play a quick video where our students from Fetty talk about their experience in this program.
I'm Fernando Maldonado de Luna. I'm a 13-year-old that goes to Fetty Middle School.
My name is Ayana Rocha. I go to Fetty Middle School. I'm in 8th grade.
I am the first one to be in the dual enrollment program. It's helping me get my goal quick, like accomplish my goal quicker of being a cardiologist in the future.
So the subject is Spanish, and in the course we're learning about like the cultures around, like the Hispanic cultures around the world, like Spain, Mexico, places like that.
Something I'm proud of that I accomplished in this class was getting a 91% on my first exam, because I wasn't really sure how the exam would be, how long would it take, so I had to study a lot, and I'm glad I got a 91% on that because I earned it.
I'm the first in my family to go to college, and I'm doing it in middle school.
I think it's a good idea for middle school students to have the chance to be in the dual enrollment program, because it really gives you an inside look on how college will be and how you need to work around the environment there, and it'll just prepare you.
A future goal is I want to I want to become an occupational therapist.
Pues con mi educación que tengo ahorita y que voy a seguir aprendiendo va a ser querer ser un cardiólogo para ayudar a las personas que necesitan ayuda y salvar sus vidas, y la programa me está ayudando con saber hablar con pacientes que hablan español y en inglés.
Proud of our students at Fetty Middle School. These students came from Ferguson Elementary School's dual immersion program. They are now 8th graders, and they're taking Spanish 111 and 112. These courses are not courses where students are learning to speak Spanish. These courses are meant for students who already speak Spanish, and these can be seen as an equivalent to an AP language or an AP literature. It's incredible that these students have taken this leap, and as you had heard from one of the young women, she's the first to attend college, and she's doing so in middle school. Kind of going back to that early college program, the tie-in here is if these students transition to Artesia High School, enroll in their early college program. In the junior year, they would take Spanish 245, and upon graduation, they would have received an associate's degree in Spanish from Cerritos College. And finally, another specialized program within our dual enrollment programming is our CTE courses. So what's so special about these is that students are earning college credit, but they're also earning industry certifications as well as participating in internships or field work experience. And so you can see here very quickly, Artesia High School Auto and Welding every summer partner with Harbor Freight to do a work experience summer. We have our AWS Cloud Computing, where students are earning their Amazon Web Services certifications, and our new medical assisting program I'm so proud of. It's our first CTE pathway course that's taking place after school. Cerritos High School has their education technology pathway. Our hope is that we retain the talent that we've raised here in ABC and they come back as teachers and administrators. And we have our new mental health worker certification program, a quick one-year program. They started in May. They're going to end this coming May with 80 hours of practicum experience in the mental health field. And of course, GAR High School's amazing kinesiology program, where you will see those students in a gym or on the field shadowing athletic trainers and supporting the athletes, and our new theater program that we just started this fall with Dance 101. As Dr. Castro shared, you should have received the catalog in both English and Spanish, and this is available for print or online for our community. And we were able to get our first edition out this past 2 weekends ago at our college and career resource fair, where we were able to present to our parents and community about our dual enrollment programs. And with that being said, I'm going to switch the mic over to our amazing partners from Southeast Los Angeles Workforce Development Board. They support our students in becoming work ready through paid work experience. And so without further ado, we have Yolanda Castro and Sanda Michel.
Honorable and distinguished board members, thank you for the opportunity to come forward and share a little bit about our organization. We are your local workforce board. We were established to support the cities of Artesia, Bellflower, Cerritos, Downey, Lakewood, Hawaiian Gardens, Norwalk, and Paramount. Our focus is connecting job seekers to employers, helping job seekers as young as 14, and my oldest job seeker has been 80, and he successfully found employment. He was bored staying home. We also work with our employers to help them build their capacity in providing services or businesses or delivering their services within our communities. And we're really proud of the programs that we have, but we're more proud about the partnerships that we've developed. I've been with the Celico Workforce Development Board for 31 years, and ABC has been a strong partner since I've been there. So I'm going to turn it over to the next slide and let Sandra talk a little bit about how we're working with your programs.
Thank you, distinguished board, for this opportunity. As Yolanda mentioned and as Sasha mentioned, the ABC Unified School District since 2014 took a leap and applied to become a youth at work provider. This funding comes from the County of LA, and it provides students with 160 hours of paid work experience. It has in addition to paid work experience, a component of personal enrichment training that covers career exploration, mentorship, leadership, and everyday soft skills needed to sustain a job successfully within their age. As I mentioned, the ABC Unified School District since 2014 on an annual basis has served over 160 students with paid work experience under the Youth at Work program in collaboration with the county and the Celico Workforce Board. In addition to being a youth at work provider, the ABC Unified School District on an annual basis submits a proposal when the Workforce Board releases a request for proposals to provide workforce development programs under the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act. ABC, since 2011, has been a provider of in-school workforce development programs known as WIOA Youth now. It used to be called Workforce Investment Act. Before that, CETA. Before for that JTPA. But since 2011, they have exceeded, not have only met performance, but exceeded and contributed to the success of workforce innovation opportunity programs for our board. On an annual basis, they serve over 100 students with paid work experience, occupational training, leadership, mentorship. And it's important to note that these programs are designed not for underachievers necessarily, as it's been the notion, but it's maybe overachievers that just don't have a plan of action after high school. So in bringing in youth at work experience, in bringing WIOA programs, combining them and bridging them for long-term assistance, we have built a great collaboration with the ABC Unified School District. And it's important to note that they're the only school district within our workforce development local area that submits a proposal, runs a program directly with the intent to guarantee these slots for their district and provide this opportunity to their district. We're grateful for the opportunity, and I think we're going to talk a little bit more about the award.
Thank you so much. So as mentioned, I always love to hear from students. I think that's really our why, right? And why we come to the table. And so we have a past participant. He just graduated from Gar High School this past June. And unfortunately, he couldn't be here tonight because he's busy off at college, but he did send us a message.
Hello, my name is Matthew. I was a past student worker at the ABC Unified School District. The work experience itself was great. I met a lot of great people, established a lot of good connections. My boss was great. My coworkers were definitely great. I can go on and on about them. It was a great experience, and I definitely felt valued there. Where I'm currently at now is at UCI. Yeah, go Anteaters. And I'm currently majoring in mathematics, and my career ambitions are to become a sports dietitian or possibly a math teacher. The benefits of working at that student program were I learned a lot about myself, especially how to work in a work environment, how my performance affects the performance of others. Just staying on task and being responsible is definitely important, and that's what I got from it. Last but not least, go Anteaters.
All right. Well, I do want to point out, and especially to Mr. Nguyen, that the amazing supervisor and amazing colleagues were actually here in our very own business services department. We were so fortunate that Matthew was able to actually work internally here and align his career goals working in math and statistics and apply them here. So thank you so much for that.
So on September 29th of this last 2 weeks ago, I think it was, we gathered with friends and partners and colleagues and celebrated 40 years of delivering workforce services to this region. As part of the celebration, we realized that our success is not only based on what we do internally, but the partners who come alongside us. So we recognized 4 partners for their spirit of collaboration, their willingness to come to the table. Our program isn't always easy to figure out, so sometimes the willingness to come alongside us, break through those gaps of understanding, and create amazing programs that help us all succeed. One of those partners was ABC Unified School District. They were given the award, the Spirit of Collaboration, to ABC Unified School District, leveraging resources that support in-school youth with the journey to successful careers. We're very honored to have you as a partner, but there was also one more award that was sent, and I have the privilege of providing you with this certificate from Senator Lena Gonzalez. It's a certificate of recognition presented to ABC Unified School District Spirit of Collaboration in honor of your commitment to leveraging valuable resources in support of in-school youth. Thank you for making a difference each day in the lives of your youth and setting the foundation for their success as they take up the call of duty to take on the challenge we face today. On behalf of the 33rd Senate District, thank you, Senator Lena Gonzalez. And we can't tell you how what a value it is to work with Sasha Leonardo. We had the privilege of working with Ann Griffel when she started this journey with us, and Sasha has taken it to a whole other level, and we're thankful for that partnership.
I feel so blessed to lead an incredible team in our college and career programs, but I certainly can't stand up here alone. There is a hardworking group of women that are in our department. They are grant support staff. Some of them have been with us for over a decade, and they're really who pushes our programs and who supports our students. So I want to recognize them this evening. So as I call your name, please stand. We have Jenny Chan, Christy Chang, Sherilyn Sue, Kaylee Reyes, and Yanesi Palmerin. Thank you so much for everything you do in preparing our students to be college and career ready. This award is truly for the work that you do. And with that being said, that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Sasha. I'll bring it back to the board for any comments. Vice President Say.
Thank you, President. I first want to say thank you, Ms. Nado. I also want to thank you, Dr. Castro. Under your leadership with the staff here, really made the dual immersion program so wonderful and well known by local other school district. I also want to thank you, Ms. Castro and Ms. Michelle. Thank you for supporting our program. Thank you for giving such wonderful words of our district. Definitely our staff deserve this rewards. I always believe second language is also important. I remember when I started working at St. Francis, long time ago, 1980, 1990, it was it's like recommend Spanish background. And then later on become prefer, and then now it's you must have second language and Spanish speaking person in order to work some area. I think not just create them to have better education, but also job opportunities there for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Board Member Suyu.
Thank you, President Beach. Thank you very much, Sasha. Just a quick question. How many students participate in this career?
So every year we enroll anywhere between 200 to 250 students in this program, and this is specifically for these paid work experience programs. This does not include the other internships or other work experience programs that we coordinate as a department.
How can the students apply and get access to this program?
Absolutely. So we work very closely with our school site counselors, our college and career specialists, as well as our programs here, such as the Tina Porter's department with foster homeless. We're always seeking to reach the students that qualify for this program, and so we really tap into all of our resources at our school sites to make sure that this program is marketed and that students have access to apply.
Thank you.
Of course.
Board Member Noyola.
Thank you, President Beach. I just wanted to thank Sasha and Dr. Castro for their amazing work. As a former Falcon, I'm extremely proud to see all our ABC students enrolled at Cerritos College, already being college bound and showing the rest of the community that they're ready for college. And I also want to thank Sandra and Yolanda. I've known them before. I've worked with Celico, and they have amazing programs, not just for our students, but for the entire community. So if you haven't checked them out, please do. They have a wonderful, wonderful program. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk Nishii.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, I would like to really thank Castro and Sasha Leonardo for an amazing program. I mean, it's not career or college, it's both, because you need both to get farther in this world. It's not, the people who didn't do well go here. No, it's everybody needs to be part of something practical. I'm looking at these classes, Introduction to Law, Medical Assisting, to be a cardiologist. Those are all advanced career things that we can all think of today and now, and I think that's amazing. It's like all these partnerships that you've built up with the other entities, and you have welding, and those guys make a lot of money.
They do.
More than teachers? No, I don't say that. Don't say that. But yeah, so it's amazing how you've built up these partnerships. I know you're going to build more partnerships and really expand this out to the next level. And these kids will thrive because of it. It's not going to be, it's not a down, it's actually an up to be part of something that's going to be practical for the rest of your life and exciting for that kid who's going to UCI and enjoying the anteater life. Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Nishii. I wanted to thank the Southeast Los Angeles Workforce Development Board for your partnership over all these years. It really means a lot to me personally and our entire board. And Sasha, to you and your team, excellent work. I want to thank you and thank all of them.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we're moving on to approving our agenda. May I have a motion to approve the agenda for the regular meeting of October 17, 2023?
So moved by Sophia.
Second, Sue.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Approval of the minutes. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the regular meeting of October 3, 2023?
So moved by Sophia.
Second, Sue.
And I believe we have 2 abstentions, Dr. Yenyo and Dr. Rios, but all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Sound like 5-0. Okay, Board of Education President's Report. I'm happy to report that I attended the Nixon Watchdogs meeting and that their membership is way up. It's growing. We got a lot of new dads involved. I'm still trying to grow the program across our entire district, so if any schools would like to start the Watchdogs, please let me know. I'm happy to assist. We shot 2 30 and 30 videos, one at Carver, one at Willow. Those will be coming out soon. And lastly, I'd like to mention that the governor has recently signed a significant number of Assembly and Senate bills. The first thing I want everyone to know is that these bills originated from Sacramento and not our district. I've spoken to our superintendent and asked for legal opinions from our council about the impact of these bills to our district. I assure you that student safety and learning will remain our top priorities. We also value keeping parents informed about their kids. We will keep this community informed as we navigate through any potential changes. Thank you. Dr. Zilo.
Thank you. Just as a reminder to families, I'm going to start this evening by just asking you to take time to talk with your children about safety. Safety going to and from school is key. And I think sometimes it gets lost, and sometimes we think our teenagers don't need these reminders, but they do. If they're riding a bike, they should be in a helmet. If they cross a street, they shouldn't be doing that wherever it's quickest. They should be using crosswalks and using the lights. If they're walking, they shouldn't be alone. And if you need support with that, there are options available at our schools. There's activities after schools for the high schools. There's ABC Excels programs at all of our elementary and traditional middle schools. But if students are walking, remind them to be watching around them. Don't be reading your phone or text messages while you walk. Take out at least one AirPod maybe, so you hear what's going on around you. For families that do drop-off, please think about the safety of your child. Don't use the red zones. Use the drop-off lanes. It might mean leaving 5 minutes sooner, but it will be worth it in the end if you are safe. And if you're a member of our community, we ask that you please slow down in neighborhoods, slow down by schools. You don't want to accidentally change someone's life because you were in a hurry. Our goal is to work together and be safe. If you see something, if something's not right, report it. Report it to the sheriff, report it to your school. We want to help. And I think with that, that'll be my report for tonight.
Thank you, Dr. Zitlo. We'll move right along to student board representatives. We have Jessica Navarro and Chris Smith of Tracy High School. Welcome.
Good evening, President of the Board, Mr. Beach, Vice President, Ms. Say, Clerk of the Board, Mr. Nishii, distinguished board members, Superintendent Dr. Zilo, and cabinet members. Good evening to everyone. My name is Jacilla Navarro, a senior at Tracy High School.
And my name is Chris Smith, a junior at Tracy.
If you haven't visited our school or know little about it, I'd like to share a few things with you this evening. Tracy High School is a small learning community that is unique in ABC with what we believe has many attractive advantages for our students in comparison to the comprehensive high schools in ABC. These advantages include a smaller class size and an opportunity for individualized instructions, a more intimate environment where teachers and students know one another on a personal level, A quarter system that allows for credit recovery, a bell system, a bell schedule that provides students an opportunity to either work or be duly enrolled in one of the local community colleges, and a strict safety-first environment that helps to create an overall calm that is not often found on large school campuses. As a senior who could return to GAR at the end of the semester, I chose to stay at Tracy because since I arrived at Tracy, I have developed a sense of pride in what I know I can accomplish, and I now consider it my new home school.
Tracy has some significant changes for 2023 and 2024 school year. First, we said goodbye to the assistant principal, Valentina Shabata, who left Tracy and ABC to accept a principal's position in the Simi Valley School District. We thank Ms. Shabata for the dedication and 8 years of service to Tracy and wish her the best. At the same time, we welcome our new assistant principal to Tracy, Manuel Cruz. We arrive at Tracy having served an administrator at both Artesia and GAR High School. The rest of the admin team includes Juliana Gray, who returns for her second year as an interim dean of students, and Ricardo Brown in his 6th year of principal of Tracy. We also have an English learning counselor for the first time at Tracy, Soroku Rojas, whom we share with high school, middle school. Miss Rojas is Tracy 2 times weekly and every other Friday.
Enrollment at Tracy is currently 183 students. 115 of those are seniors. Traditionally, Tracy's enrollment has increased each quarter over the past few years, so we anticipate a slight bump as we begin the second quarter this week, and especially at the semester in January. Tracy's enrollment is dependent upon referrals from the ABC Comprehensive High Schools, Artesia, GAR, Cerritos, and Whitney. It is the desire of our administrators and teachers to have students who are credit deficient referred to us earlier than later so we can help them get back on track to graduate on time. Recovering the necessary credits, returning to their home school, being successful, and graduating on time is the immediate mission of our students enrolled at Tracy High School. But our school is much more than a credit recovery. There are many students who find Tracy exactly the type of school environment that allows them to be successful.
On an intramural level, art finally returns to Tracy. Yes, after a 4-year absence, art has finally returned to Tracy High School. Matthew Melendrez, Tracy's new art teacher, is on a shared contract with Tracy and Carmenita Middle School, teaching 2 classes at each school. Students are very excited to have this class back on our campus. Ms. Melendrez has fabulous plans to take art to another level at Tracy. One of the most significant additions this year is our school-wide Wednesday advisory period. The advisory period is scheduled every Wednesday after period 3 for 28 minutes. That includes KTHS weekly TV broadcasts and the variety of lessons focused on college and career, social emotional learning that utilize the Thrively curriculum, and life skills. The Tracy advisory classes involve all teachers and students and will continue for the duration of the school year. The feedback so far has been very positive for the Tracy students, and we look great things to come out for Tracy Advisory.
Dual enrollment continues to be huge at Tracy. Being dually enrolled means a student is enrolled at Tracy High School and either Long Beach City College and/or Cerritos College. It's a great opportunity for Tracy students. It provides students the opportunity to earn high school credits and college credits at the same time. A student who's doing great as a dually enrolled student is Sabeth Vergara Ramirez, a senior who is also in the Teen Parent Program. Sabeth will graduate with the Saints class of 2024 this May with 15 college credits to go along with her high school diploma. The program's coordinator is teacher Anthony Oda. As of today, 60 students are in the dual enrollment program, and that number is expected to increase by the end of the school year. Dual enrollment is definitely a hot ticket at Tracy.
Tracy's Red Cross Peace Club and ASB are all running at Tracy. Red Cross participated in the annual cleanup at the Seal Beach in September and has activities scheduled for the year. Some of those include Blood Drive, the Hawaiian Gardens Carnival, and collaborating with Tracy Peace Club on Halloween Spirit Week and the Holiday Toy Drive. Peace Club has numerous activities scheduled on and off campus as well. And ASB again will sponsor Tracy Prom and Grand Bash at the end of the year. This week's there is a lot of sport action in the quad at lunch as USB is sponsoring the first ever Fall Classic 5-on-5 volleyball tournament. Tracy Red Cross is under the directions of the teacher Heather Calderon. Tracy Peace Club's coordinator is retired teacher Pat Avalosa, and ASB is led by SIA Pablo Vega.
That's our report for this evening. Please check out our Instagram and Facebook social media pages and learn about some of our fantastic students. On behalf of our fellow students and staff, we sincerely thank you for this opportunity to share many wonderful things that makes up Tracy. We invite you to come to our campus and feel the positive energy in person. Many thanks to everyone, and as always, go Saints.
Before you go, I'd like to bring it back to the board if anybody has any comments. Mr. Noyola.
I just wanted to thank Ms. Navarro and Mr. Smith for coming out and sharing some information about Tracy. I visited Tracy, and all the students are great. I want to give a shout out to Mr. Ricardo Brown and all the staff that he has. He has dedicated staff that have strong relationships with the students that just want to see them succeed and grow. So thank you guys for sharing.
Thank you.
Clerk Nishii.
So yeah, I also reiterate that Ricardo Brown is actually an awesome principal over there. Really inspires a lot of the kids, I think. So what clubs are you guys in? Any of the clubs you're in ASB right now?
I used to be one of the members of the Red Cross. I am in the dual enrollment program. So.
What classes are you taking?
Well, we were taking psychology.
Oh, very good.
And I've completed a couple courses last year.
Very good.
And me, I'm in a dual enrollment as well.
And what class are you taking?
Psychology.
Oh, also. Okay, very good. Well, thank you.
I wanted to give a special thank you to, I think, a couple of dads in the back for being here to support your kids, or any other family members that are here. Thank you. I also want to thank Principal Brown for being here tonight, and Jessilla, if I pronounced your name wrong earlier, I apologize. And Chris, great presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, moving along to employee representative reports. I think we have Ray Gear here, ABCFT.
No report.
No report. Thank you, sir. Okay, public comment. Clerk Nishii.
Persons wishing to address the board should fill out a card located at the table on the door and place it in the silver tin over there. Speakers will be called in sequence during the public comment section, which is limited to 1 hour, and each speaker to one presentation of 5 minutes unless the board wishes to waive the time limit. Those who have a group concern are encouraged to select a spokesperson to address the board. Persons wishing to address the board on a specific agenda item at the time the item is under discussion are limited to 5 minutes each and will be called to speak following the staff comments and prior to the board's discussion and taking action. Adverse remarks about a person's race, ancestry, ethnic group identification, religion, color, national origin, sex, sexual orientation, gender, mental or physical disability, or age may not be made. Please avoid remarks or charges that reflect upon the character, motives, qualifications, or ability of any school district employee. Concerns presented to the board will be followed up and addressed by the appropriate staff. Please remember that the board is unable to directly respond to comments made during the public comment section, and also remind that everybody be respectful to other speakers at this particular venue. The first speaker is Mindy. Oops.
Good evening, board members. I am a mother of 4, standing here today to ask the board to consider the consequences of the new bills that are being passed or are passed by California State. I would ask the board to place a parent notification policy in the ABC school district. The fact that we need to have a policy to force school districts to communicate with parents is a disgrace. Deception to parents have become the norm in public education.
Excuse me. Excuse me, I request that we have decorum. So I don't expect any boos or claps during public comments. This is interrupting her time to speak, so thank you.
We have schools partnering with Planned Parenthood who undoubtedly are pro-sexualizing children and have gender-affirming care, transitioning 9-year-olds and socially transitioning 5-year-olds. Parents have not been told that the school district's mental health workers are trained to only affirm children's self-proclaimed identities. Parents have not been told that the suicide hotline on the back of the student ID cards, surveying kids, giving them 11 plus genders to choose from. This is not only deceptive, it is exploitative and violates Education Code 51513. Apparently, our own government is breaking the law. Please be the first district in the Los Angeles County to stand up against breaking the law, as did 6 other districts in Orange County have done. I am not only in support of parent notification policy, but I'm against deceiving parents through these outside partnerships and so-called mental health resources. Stop this betrayal of parental trust. Kids will get their rights as an adult at 18. If a 12-year-old is allowed to medically transition without parent approval, why not declare adulthood at 12? There is a reason why legal adulthood is at the age of 18, because 12-year-olds are not capable of understanding the consequences of rash decisions made in their adolescent teen years. Why not let them vote at 12 then? Let them buy cigarettes or alcohol. Why do these laws seem reasonable while the LGBTQIA supporting politicians push this gender ideology on our kids? Please let them learn math, English, social science, science. They speak about inclusivity. Parents should be included as well. Please keep parents involved, and the teachers and the left-leaning counselors and the California licensed psychologists, who are, by the way, trained only to affirm gender identity and not to contradict them, or they would lose their license, they should not keep a child's gender preference a secret from the parents. If parent notification is declined, many parents will pull their kids out of the district. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric Ching, followed by Thomas Burns. And if you could come also to the podium as we speak the second name. Thank you.
I just want to thank you for allowing me to speak, and I thank God for also allowing me to be here. Also, I want to thank you for your work, because you're teaching our kids, and then for their future, that's the future of our country. Especially, I want to thank Sue Yu for your outstanding work as not only as a school board member, but as a community leader, that you bring up many of the important subjects so that we're informed. Now, I'd like to address another bill which is on its way in the Sacramento. It's a legislative process. It's called SB 596. That's a Senate Bill 596. I'm just going to read a portion of it. It says, school employees protection. Existing law provides that any parent, guardians, or other persons whose conduct in a place where a school employee is required to be in the course of employee's duties, materially disruptive classwork or extracurricular activities, or involve substantial disorder, is guilty of a misdemeanor punished by a fine of not less than $500 nor more than $1,000, or by imprisonment in the county jail not exceeding 1 year. So what that means is that this bill, if it passed, could intrude our First Amendment rights as parents, as community members. So I would hope that I will urge the school board to take strong action against that, because even as clapping could be deemed as disruptive, because the language as it's written is very vague as to how you define disruptive. So I hope that this board will take action against that, because this will have great impact, not just for this generation, but generation down the line. And this also could be legally challenged, and then that will be wasteful for our resources. So thank you for your listening to me.
Thank you.
Good evening,
Supervisor. Thomas
Supervisor.
Burns, followed by Esther.
Good evening, Supervisor and board members. I'd just like to say that the ABC Unified School District is very special to me. I was a graduate of Fay Ross Middle School and went on to graduate at Gar High School. At Gar High School in 1977, I was chosen to represent this area as a representative at Boys State up in Sacramento. And there I enjoyed hanging out with our California state government for a whole week and learning that process. That was wonderful. And then in 1978, I was chosen as Student of the Year at Gar High School. But with the things that I was able to accomplish as a student in the district, I have to testify to you that I wasn't always happy at home with my parents during that time. There was harshness in the home, but I look back and working through those things with my parents is what helped develop me and mature me. And we kind of incorporated the Filipino saying that we heard tonight. It doesn't matter how difficult things are as long as we stick together, right? So I'm just here as an appreciative product of the school district. I just want to encourage you all, please support our parents. Thank you.
Thank you. Esther, followed by B. Culver.
Good evening. Hi, my name is Esther. I'm just so thankful for your dedication and your commitment to serve our community. I know that you guys are here weekly, daily, thinking about our children, for their safety, for the care, for their future, and I truly appreciate all your commitment. Thank you so much. I too am here as a mom. Truly, it's just in my heart to care for them. Love them. That's all I was taught since I was young. And it's too bad. It's so unfortunate. It is heartbreaking. We're in such devastating time where so many laws and policies are made to not really protect them, but in truth, hurting them. I want us to really think about what is truly gonna help them and keep them safe. Safe, you know, we're constantly worried about safety and kidnapping and abuse. These things are taking place and we don't hear enough of that. But I'm here to talk about the parental and children's protection in terms of our family unity. We truly need more communication. We truly need more policies that support transparency and communication. We need to know as mom and dad, grandparents are here as well. We need to know and we want to know what's happening to our children. We communicate every day asking, what's going on at school? What have you learned? What did you eat? Are you eating healthy food? Are you anybody bullying you? Anybody hurting you? Are you having these communication with your teachers? We truly support the, all these years, even our Constitution. There's such a law that's protecting the communication. I'm here to continue to support openness, communication, transparency. So on behalf of 665, AB 665, what can we do? Gavin Newsom signed. Such a sad day, October 7th, when Israel also got struck. You know, the great policy, parental notification policy. We're in such a desperate situation that is that the only thing that we can rely on? I wonder. I hope that's not the case. I just hope that we continue to hold and stand strong on great policies. We need more great policies, and we just need to be more aware and be informed. A lot of the parents stand on this position, but they're afraid to speak because we're left in the dark. So please continue to notify us and what's going on, and let us just have a genuine communication. And if all the parents just know, there will be more people coming to the school board meeting, city council meeting, everywhere. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have Bay Culver and Man Barkey.
Good evening. My name is Bee Culver, and I have a couple of questions for you. It's just a kind of a reminder. Actually, I want to tell you something first. I was part of the ABC school district education system years ago, before probably some of you were born. Anyway, I learned upholstery, and I'm very good at it. Thank you to the adult education. Now, if you say adult education, they think you're talking about something else. Anyway, I have a question. How do you destroy a nation, a country? What makes a nation great? What is the strongest part of a nation? Its strength, its foundation. God, family, and country. Our Constitution was built on biblical principles. We are one nation under God, doesn't even mention any kind of color or skin or anything. We're one nation, we're all equal. Our rights are given to us by God, not the government. Our children are not, eminent domain does not apply to our children anywhere. What Governor Newsom did by signing this bill, AB 665, I think it should be called AB 666, without really reading the whole thing, I don't think he even knew what all of it was to legalize the theft of our children, your children, our grandchildren, for any reason under the sun. It sounds very Hitler-esque to me because they stole their children, made them soldiers, and the young girls, as young as 14, they made them mommies for the Aryan race. You don't know what happens to these children once they're taken from you. You'll go to school one day, pick up your kids, and they're gone, and you're not allowed to know. AB 666 is unconstitutional. It violates our God-given rights. It is child abuse. It's unbiblical. Woe to anyone who hurts a single child. They should be put asunder. How do you destroy a nation with its within? As all nations around the world have fallen, it's because they've lost their way, they've lost their principle, their God-given rights, and they've trampled on their Constitution. They have trampled on and ignored and violated the principles on which it was founded. They have destroyed the families, separated the families, the children. They got to report on their neighbors, their moms, their aunts, their uncles and nieces, and they got to squeal on them. I have a story from my doctor who was born in Ukraine. I won't give it to you tonight, but it was a wonderful story. How he stood up for his principles at 7 and how he got bullied his entire school years until he came to America. These laws that our government is, I hate to say our government, are completely unconstitutional, they're unbiblical, and they will destroy our nation unless we stand up against them. Thank you.
Thank you. Murray Barkle and Jenny
Hi, thanks so much for letting me speak tonight. I really appreciate the work you do. Some of you know I'm on the Orange County Board of Education, but I'm really not here on that capacity. In that capacity, I appreciate the hard work of being on the dais and listening to everybody and doing everything. I'm really here tonight on behalf of California Policy Center, where I work. We're an educational nonprofit. We track all of these bills. We try and help local districts as well as elected officials understand the bills, what they mean, and how to encourage you to pass them. One thing I do want to just clear up, someone talked about SB 596, and they're right, it was an overly broad and vague bill, and it did attack our First Amendment rights, but it's been vetoed, so we don't have to worry about 596. So anyone who's worrying about that, it's been vetoed. So I just wanted to clear that up. Also, we're talking about a lot of bills, and I think some people don't know what the numbers mean, so I was just going to explain what a few of them mean. But before I do that, because I want to make sure I don't run out of time, the main reason I came was to talk to you about our parental rights notification policy. You probably know it was talked about, several in Orange County have passed. It's not really just Orange County. So far, I believe one in Orange County, but they've been in a bunch of different districts throughout the state have passed the policy. And I'll just read you from my notes so I don't forget anything. And basically, the bottom line is we don't feel it's ever okay to lie to or deceive parents. And we believe that's constitutionally protected. We know it is. We know the law's with us. We know that this lawsuit with Bonta against Chino Valley has no standing. He's actually referring to CD recommendations, not law. So we believe that we're on the right side of law and the right side of history. So I'm just going to read a few of my notes very quickly about that. That it's basically never okay to lie to or deceive parents. Honesty is always the best policy. I feel strongly that adults should know it's never okay to teach children to lie, whether it's a teacher telling children to lie to their parents or anyone to lie to anyone. The U.S. Supreme Court has consistently ruled for the last century that parents, not schools, possess the fundamental right to raise their children and to direct activities and make decisions regarding the child's care and to control their education. Parental rights are among the most basic civil rights of man. Children don't have a right to privacy from their parents, as some will make you believe. Education Code Section 51100 and 51101 are very clear that parents have the right to be informed of their child's progress in school and have access to the school records of their child. No duplicate records that parents don't see. Nowhere does current state law require teachers and administrators to openly lie to parents. As a matter of fact, we've had a couple rulings against that, a federal ruling in San Diego, as well as a case in Spreckles where the district paid a mother and daughter $100,000 because they were telling the daughter to lie to her mom. I'm very concerned that I see the state public instruction, Tony Thurman and Bonta, misleading many school boards and intimidating not to consider this policy. It's also an infringement on our local control. We, as local elected officials, should be controlling our districts and deciding what policies are best for them, not Sacramento. That's why we have local elections. The relationship between the teacher and parent is very important. Secrecy erodes that relationship and the trust between parents and teachers. It also puts many teachers in the awkward position of having to lie to someone, and I don't think most teachers want to do that. We've seen that in some recent court cases. It also leaves students wondering whom they should trust. So I appreciate you thinking about passing the policy. If you want more help, the California Policy Center would love to help you do that. We're part of a large coalition, a statewide coalition that's been working on this policy. So let me know. Another bill I was going to talk about was SB 274. This has been signed into law, and it eliminates the ability of schools to suspend or expel students for disruption or willful defiance. Again, I think that's an infringement on local control, and I think it encourages, it keeps our kids not as safe as far as their personal safety, and we talk a lot about that, and learning safety. If you don't have a classroom that you control, you can't keep our children safely learning what they need to learn. Thanks. 1 minute. I'll speed up and I'll just tell you whatever I have time for. AB 665 we talked about, and that is scary because for the first time, there doesn't have to be alleged incest or child abuse for our children to be taken away. So basically, you can have a fight with your child and your child just decides, you know, I just don't want to live here anymore, and you come home and they're gone. It no longer has to prove that the child is being harmed at home. So the scary stuff is going on. I hope you'll pay attention to bills. Please reach out to me at Cal Policy Center, Mary Barkey. We have a great tracker. All these bills are on there. It tells you where they are, have they been vetoed, are they still being voted on. So I'd love to help you, and I appreciate your time, and I appreciate everything you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Barkey. We have Jenny O, followed by Charlene Hebert.
Good evening, Dr. Gina Zito and board members. It is a pleasure to finally meet all of you, and I'm grateful to be given this opportunity to speak before you. My name is Jenny and I've had the privilege of attending Tetzlaff Middle School and graduate from Cerritos High School. My husband and I are medical professionals owning a business in Cerritos for nearly 20 years. We are blessed with two beautiful sons, the older excelling at Gar High School and the younger thriving at Tetzlaff Middle School, my alma mater. Although we reside in the city of Norwalk, I'm so grateful that we can raise our sons in the ABC Unified School District. In all the years my sons attended ABCUSD, we can't express all the love and support that we receive from the teachers and staff and administrators. We've had great relationships with our principals, such as Ms. Ortiz, Dr. Tracy, Mr. Hamamura, and so forth. When there was much controversy about health education, I opted out and worked with Ms. Ortiz and Dr. Tracy to review the educational materials prior to being given consent for my older and younger son's participation, and the materials were fine. This was just one of my examples of many great experiences that I've had with ABCUSD, and I can't tell you how many other direct positive experiences I've had with Nixon, Tetzlaff, and GAR's staff and teachers. However, with the recent passing of AB 665, I am very concerned. So concerned that I recently had a medical procedure and was told to rest at home. But I'm here today to plead for your assistance because this issue of parental rights is so important to me and many, if not all, the parents of ABCUSD. I do not expose my private situation for sympathy nor an applause. I am here simply demonstrating the importance of what I am about to discuss and plead. California has already passed a bill which allows children 12 and older to select medical services or to make medical decisions without parental notification or consent. Now, this act of alienating parents from their own child or children has been escalated and implemented in the form of AB 665. Essentially packaging the bill as an altruistic solution to provide mental wellness and support to children 12 and older, completely minimizing the devastating effects on the children, parents, and the family. If the child does not feel okay at home without parental consent and notification, the child will be abruptly removed from the home and placed in a shelter undisclosed to the parents. The ramifications of this bill is outrageous. We as parents are notified via Class Dojo, Google Classroom, Aries, emails, and countless other venues if our child has missing assignments, or is tardy, or is absent, or has any other issues that teachers are concerned with. Even something like a fall, I get a call. Oh, I put ice on your son. Or if they need meds like Tylenol. The school contacts us parents over just issues that are trivial in comparison. I don't understand how these policies stay in place, and yet something as major as issues related to mental health and imperative decisions related to such, parents are completely removed out of the equation. This bill is not beneficial to the child and strips the parents the rights to properly care and to be involved in their own child's welfare. We've all been 12. No matter how wise and intelligent a child is, he or she is simply a child. In addition, these vulnerable children are going through tumultuous times. They're experiencing physical, mental, hormonal changes. How are they able to make sound decisions under these types of situations, faced with various questions and confusion? We as parents have already walked this road. We have hindsight 2020, and we can offer wisdom and solutions to our children that they can't grasp. This bill does not leave room for parents and children to forge together and to come to an understanding and resolve. This bill places a wedge between schools and parents and also divides a relationship between a parent and child. As a parent, I always view teachers and staff as my partners in assisting my sons to grow academically, socially, emotionally, and mentally. As stated earlier, this was my experience, and I truly hope this will continue in ABCUSD. Honorable Dr. Zietlow and board members, I am pleading with you in conjunction to the passing of AB 665 that our district will implement a parent notification policy. This is not a political issue, it's the issue of parental rights and preserving the family. I have great faith in ABCUSD, Dr. Zietlow, and all the board members. This is a reason why I have brought 30 plus families into ABCUSD. The students have been great contributors, and due to medical reasons, I was unaware of the meeting until a few hours ago. I ran out of bed and just composed this great speech, so I'm gonna cut it short.
Thank you.
Even though it's not eloquent, I just hope that you see my heart, and I ask you to please consider implementing a parent notification policy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sharon Hebert, and following that is Michelle Martinez.
My name is Charlene Hebert, former pastor and theological seminary professor. I'm proud to understand our superintendent, Dr. Dr. Gina Zitlow's decades of services and ABCUSD leaders declaring student achievement is main thing. Most proudly, I know that you work with families of our community, focusing on the main thing for student achievement. Last year in September, the U.S. Department of Education honored Carmenita Middle School and Whitman Elementary School with other awards and accolades at the National Blue Ribbon Awards ceremony. As ABCUSD mission statement directs you, you all work hard to live up to this mission daily by offering rigorous academic programs and student support. Su Yu, one of the board members, I have known her for a few years. I witnessed that her life aligns with your mission statement, and she wholeheartedly practices it daily with you. I'm very proud of how you all excelled in your belief in children's education. Unfortunately now, there are many reasons for all parents to protect their children from government schools as quickly as possible, despite of 40.7% of students being economic disadvantages. Timely matter, I plan to present 5 reasons only, quoted from the Certain Light website. Parents believe these 5 ungodly reasons are going on in the education system and do not want their children to get these things, but expel them. First, indoctrination. Indoctrination with the dangerous propaganda and ideologies with the purpose of turning them against God, church, family, country, and morality. Since the government began taking over education under the leadership of utopians, including Robert Owens, Horace Mann, and John Dewey. Second, dumbing down. Those children are left as handicapped. When it comes to reading, writing, and reasoning, it is well documented in books such as Crimes of the Educators. The federal government's data shows that over 2/3 of 8th graders are not proficient in any core subject. Third, sexualizing children. With radical sex education, including flagrant promotion of homosexuality, fornication, gender confusion, and more. Some schools have even been caught actively normalizing pedophilia. Number 4, removing parents' rights to their own children attacks on the family unit and fundamental rights has become so extreme that schools are helping underage girls get abortions without parental consent and helping children to get sex changes behind their parents' back.
1 minute.
Fifth, teaching fake history is calculated to make them hate their country, their heritage, America's founding fathers, and the biblical principles upon which America was founded. Remember that America birthed a free and prosperous nation on back of private and mostly Christian education. While we are keeping our mutual respect between different ethnic groups, ABCUSD parents from Hispanic and Asian family backgrounds want and stand for biblical values as lifelong learners, creative thinkers, and responsible individuals. As a mother of 3 grown-up children, I hope ABCUSD develops a school community with these powerful parents and families. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Michelle Martinez, followed by Michelle Wolf.
Board, thank you for the opportunity to address you. I'm also going to speak on the importance of a parent notification. But as a Latino parent and grandmother, I think it's important that I address this in Spanish because I want my Spanish-speaking community to understand what is being taken out of the policy and what is being included. So I will read from your policy. What is being taken out. Lo que se está sacando de la policía hoy es familia inmediata. Se defina como madre, padre, abuela, abuelo, cónyuge, yerno, nuera, hermano, hermana o cualquier pariente que viva en el hogar inmediato del estudiante. Esto ahora se está sacando de la policía, entonces ya no sigará. Ahora lo que lo están reemplazando va a decir notificar a los estudiantes en los grados 7 a 12 y a los padres, tutores de todos los estudiantes matriculados en el distrito que las autoridades escolares pueden excusar a cualquier estudiante de la escuela para obtener servicios médicos confidenciales. ¿Qué significa esto? Que el padre entonces no tiene el poder de entender lo que está pasando con el niño. No es correcto ocultar información importante a los padres, especialmente información crítica y perjudicial que afecta permanente el futuro del niño. ¿Cómo podemos excluir a los padres en una situación que realmente requiere que el padre e hijo trabajen juntos para un entendimiento? Los padres deben ser notificados y con ese fin les pido que consideren una notificación de los padres. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Michelle Wolf, followed by Julian Ely.
Hello, Board. AB 665 is a part of a heated controversy right now, but as I've asked you in the past, we don't have to follow these laws that Newsom has put in place. The district is able to not follow or doesn't have to follow them. There are 7 districts in the state of California that are not following Newsom's laws, and so I urge you not to follow the craziness that he's signing in place and protect parents' rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Julian?
Yes, good evening. Thank you. I'm happy to be here, happy to have the right to speak, and I'm echoing the comments of most of the speakers so far. I am an ABC alum, went to Cerritos, Stowers, Carmenita, and Cerritos. I gained a lot from my education. They taught me Spanish in 2nd grade, which I'm very appreciative of. Although I forgot the Spanish, I learned French, Japanese, and I'm learning Okinawan language now. So I appreciate that head start. I also took ROP. That gave me my first job. I'm thinking of all these things that I heard tonight. So I got a lot from the ABC district, and I thank you all for your hard work. I'm also very grateful that at every stage here, when the students came up with their successes, for Mary Bragg or the other schools or the Tracy, at each stage you acknowledge the parents, and I think that's just a wonderful thing to do every time. I hope it's not an insult to those who devote so much of their time to educating our youth, to say that I believe that there's no one who loves children more than their parents. I didn't know this as I was growing up. I didn't know that until I had faith in God and I started learning about parents. And so I agree with those speakers today. And I know there is some pressure. I don't have a lot of statistics and things like that, like the other speakers. But there is pressure in the state of California and other places to keep information back from parents. And briefly, I don't think that's a good idea. It may be under the guise or intent that the parents don't have the children's best interests at heart, or that they are not safe to their children, or something like that. But I don't think that's the case. So to conclude, I would just urge the board, as much as possible, to honor the parental-child relationship, trust it. I think it's of God, and it is the most trustworthy thing for the future of those children who will be with their parents for their entire lives. I also had a rough childhood with my parents, and working through things over many years, I came to love them both, recognize their love for me and their good intent, whether they were perfect in everything they did or not. So I would just agree with the speakers today and urge the board to do whatever possible to keep parents informed, to keep the relationship between parents and children strong. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That concludes public comments.
Okay. Thank you, Clerk Nishii. We'll move on to the consent calendar. May I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved by Sophia.
Seconded, Fun.
Second from Yenyo. Is there anyone who wishes to remove any item to be considered separately or ask any questions? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Action items. 1.2A, may I have a motion to approve Resolution 23-09, Filipino American History Month in the month of October 2023?
Motion approved, Noyola, second.
Okay. Clerk Nishii, are there any public comments?
I do not see any.
Okay, at this time, the board is going to read the resolution. If you wouldn't mind, we'll start with Dr. Rios.
Thank you, Mr. Board President. It's Resolution 23-09, Filipino American History Month. Whereas in California, Filipino American History Month was first recognized statewide in 2006 when the California Department of Education placed on its celebration calendar, and
Whereas in California and Hawaii, many Filipino American organizations in these states often initiate their own independent celebrations. A pivotal year was 2006, as it marked the centennial celebration of Filipino migration to the United States, and
Whereas in 2009, California State Senator Lyndon E. introduced a resolution which was passed that recognized October as Filipino American History Month. It passed the California State Assembly and was submitted to the California Secretary of State, and
Whereas in 2009, the U.S. Congress designated October as Filipino American History Month, a month-long commemoration and appreciation for the Filipino experience throughout American history, stretching as far back as 1587. And
Whereas Filipino Americans are the second largest Asian American group in the nation and the third largest ethnic group in California, after Latinos and African Americans. The celebration of Filipino American History Month in October commemorates the first recorded presence of Filipinos in the continental United States, which occurred on October 18, 1587, when Luzones Indios came ashore from the Spanish galleon Nuestra Señora de Esperanza and landed at what is now Morro Bay, California, and
Whereas Filipino Americans have made significant contributions to American culture, politics, science, including but not limited to labor leader Larry Leong, who jointly created the United Farm Workers, Tony Award-winning Lea Salongo, and retired Supreme Court Justice Tani Cantil Sakauye, and co-founder of Snapchat Bobby Murphy, and
Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education of the ABC Unified School District celebrates Filipino American History Month in the month of October 2023, passed and adopted this 17th day of October 2023 by the Board of Education of the ABC Unified School District. All in favor? Please say
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. 1.3A, may I have a motion to approve revised board policy and administrative regulation 5113, absences and excuses?
motion approved, Eugenio.
Second by Sophia.
Dr. Lois, welcome, sir. Perfect timing.
He's so cute.
Good evening, everyone. Oh, there we go. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Board President Beach, esteemed board members, Superintendent Zietlow, and esteemed cabinet members. I'm presenting before you some proposed revisions to board policy and administrative regulations surrounding absences and excuses. These policies haven't been revised since 1999, so you'll see a lot of changes before you. The first one has to do with board policy, and there's a sentence there at the end of the board policy that we're proposing, which pretty much states that in the event of a quarantine, basically referring to a pandemic, the board would have the ability to change the ways in which it verifies student absences. So this is clearly in response to our COVID-19 pandemic, which we're getting out of, and hopefully not foreshadowing a future pandemic, but being in a position where the board can make some choices about attendance and absences.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Any public comments, Clerk Nishi?
I do not see any.
Any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. 1.4A, may I have a motion to approve revised administrative regulation 5117, interdistrict attendance? Dr. Lois. Oh, sorry. Do we have a motion? Eugenio? Thank you. Dr. Lois.
Again, this is the administrative regulation which mirrors board policy. You'll see more changes in rearrangement and language because, again, this hadn't been revised since 1999. The education code has made changes to, why and how students are excused, and you could see those conditions on pages 60 and 61. Also going on into 62. You'll see methods of verification, some changes to that on pages 62 through 63. We've also made some changes to our truancy language and policies. Those begin on page 64 and go on through page 66, which discusses our student attendance review teams and student attendance review board. One thing I do want to point out, and you'll have to pardon me as I look forward through all of these changes, I believe I had noted it, but it's basically that the idea that our district in the past has allowed up to 14 excused absences when a family has stated a student is ill. Chronic absenteeism is up throughout the nation and the state and the county and our district, so we've aligned that policy to reduce the number to 8 before we ask families to provide medical verification. And that's in alignment with other local districts and just a manner in which we could hopefully support parents and students in getting their kids to school and to take advantage of the wonderful educational programs we have.
Clerk Nishi, any public comment?
I do not see any.
Any board discussion? Clerk Nishi.
Just a thank you to the Legislative Review Committee and people who are working on this to provide this policy to us and update things to ensure that we have good attendance. Thank you for all your work. It's a lot of time. I remember spending time on that committee.
Thank you, Clerk Nishi. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. 1.5A, may I have a motion to approve revised board policy and new administrative regulation 5118.3 enrollment procedures for Whitney High School? May I have a motion?
Seconded by Noyola.
Dr. Castro.
Good evening, Board. I am presenting to you an updated BP for our enrollment procedures for Whitney High School. I just want to make sure I note a few of the changes. First of all, this ensures that some of the board policy requirements still meet what we had prior policies indicated, which is we want to make sure there's a diverse mix of students from across our attendance area, providing some limitations on enrollment with students who are residing with the boundaries of ABC Unified, and additionally providing some limited slots to children of employees. In addition to that, there's a special notation at the top of the board policy that the district will utilize a non-discriminatory admissions process that occurs during the fall semester to govern the Whitney High School admissions process. Please note that this is different from years in the past, as we know, as we are moving our timelines with schools of choice and as we are considering ensuring that families know early on in the year about notifications of attendance or admissions to Whitney High School. We are making every effort possible to make sure we're moving up those timelines so that families will receive notification in time for schools of choice right around that same timeline of February or so. And then there's also specific standards for acceptances and rejection of applications, as well as an appeal process.
Thank you, Dr. Castro. Clerk Nishi, are there any public comments?
Yes, we have Eddie Salcido.
Mr. Nishi, just as a point of clarification, what's the time allotment? 5 minutes, same, okay. Good evening, everyone. When we met with Dr. Castro a few months back and we asked how the district was implementing their admissions policy for 23-24, her response is, we got lucky. Verbatim, we got lucky. We got lucky is one heck of a policy, besides the fact that 51183.8 was already in place and has been since 2000. But despite that, the district kept its admission policy of stacking the deck. As you are now aware, shared with legal counsel, that your individual and district-wide practices have violated ABC Unified Board Policies, 5118.3A, California Education Board Policy, and violated the civil rights of ABC students and their families. Tonight, the board will overwhelmingly approve this new policy. This updated policy is a farce. The things she just pointed out, nonsensical. All the admissions policies were already in place, so nothing has changed other than fundamentally the cover your ass line of this district will utilize a non-discriminatory admissions policy, basically admitting that it has been up till now. The question is not whether or not the district will follow this. It's actually will they follow the policy that was in place. If you look at the admission standards, the criteria, nothing has changed. It was so much so in the past that it was so clear what the policy was. Whitney High School had their policy for admissions on their own website. When we brought this up in August, guess what? They took the policy off of their website. If you go to Whitney High School's website and you try to look at admissions, it says page not found. They've taken it off because they knew it described exactly what the policy was of how students should get in. Yes, the policy needed updating and clarification, and it was our hope that the district would take this seriously and address some of the ambiguity that was in the policy. Instead, the revised policy gives the district more leeway to kind of make it up as they go along. Whatever benefits the administration, not the students. I hope you've all read it and did a side-by-side analysis of it. It's changed some of the numbering, it changed some of the language, but it doesn't change anything in terms of the actual admissions policy. Had you followed your own policy over the years, dozens, if not hundreds of students would have been admitted that deserved to be admitted, and thus changing the trajectory of their lives. Instead, you manipulated the process to your personal benefit, namely the staff, in pursuit of the glorious new U.S. News ranking. Well, congratulations, you're number 2. You have prevented kids from pursuing opportunities that otherwise may not be there. And as Dr. Castro also described in a meeting, it adversely affects students on the south side of the district. In other words, where most of the Hispanic kids live. These are the kids that you discriminated against. These are the kids that you violated their civil rights. These are the kids that you failed to protect to do the most fundamental part of your job. That is, provide them equal opportunity in education. And you continue to make baffling decisions. Moving the writing test to October, yes, she said we wanted to let people know earlier, but the kids that need it the most, that need the education the most, are the kids that are hurt the most by moving it to October. The kids that can't afford extra tutoring. The kids that could take the extra 2 or 3 or 4 months of being taught in their classrooms how to write an essay. Those are the kids that are hurt the most. We've shared the numbers of all of these policies in emails. We've presented evidence of your malfeasance. I've done it here before, I'm doing it again, and we're going to continue to pursue this through Freedom of Information Acts. We have received and are reviewing several documents from Mr. Smith and through previous requests that we've already put in, and there are some gaping holes in there. The parents and the students need to know. The public needs to know. U.S. News needs to know that you're stacking the deck. Dr. Zietlow, we will be asking for a full audit of the admissions numbers for 23-24. We want to know how Carmody received 51 spots when they were allocated a maximum of 32 spots. We want to know how Fetty only received 18 spots when they were allotted 28. We want to know how the district is 45% Hispanic, 23% Asian, but only 11% of WHS students are Hispanic. You and your staff will be held accountable. It might not be today, it might not be tomorrow, it might not be next month, but you will be held accountable. You have denied students their rights. And though it doesn't affect my older one anymore, because we pull her out of the district, which is something that also needs to be addressed in this board and this district, but I do have one more daughter, and I wanted a fair and equitable opportunity for her. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Any other public comments?
I do not see any.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the board for discussion. Vice President Say.
Dr. Castro, this policy have went to the policy committee to read again for this policy?
Yes, it went to the Ledge Policy Committee, I believe on September 27th.
September 27, and those committee was appointed by our board member, am I right?
Yes, the board representatives were present at the meeting.
All the board here?
Yes.
Anybody absent that day?
I'd have to check the records. I believe there was one member who was not able to attend, but I'd have to check the records to know exactly who.
Okay. I always believe all students should be treated equally. You know, it doesn't matter which side you're living at. And have you compared this, is this policy taken from the CSBA or?
There is no CSBA
No
for
such
Whitney
policy
admissions
there.
process.
Have you
right?
compared to local other school districts such as Irvine area, you know, how they choose the student to be accepted?
Yes, we've compared it to other school districts that have similar policies regarding a admissions program.
Pretty much same?
There's differences. There's differences that are more specific to our community. Some of the other policies require that 5th grade scores be used rather than current scores for the current year. There's other districts that require an admissions process for all students rather than opening it up for any students attending the district. So we definitely made some differences for our community to ensure that there's access to the assessments and there's access to the program across all of our schools in ABC.
Because I remember my kids, actually my first two got into the Whitney High School, but the third one didn't get in. And then I remember we've been waiting and never got in. So we accept the facts that not every kids will go to Whitney High School, but again, the policy should be stressed for all students, not just only certain group of the area. And I believe our school has tried the best we can. It's really hard to make that decision. I understand that too, and follow up too. You know, some kids will accept it. Some people went the last minute to accept it. So it's really tough on especially opening spots. Such I think about 160 or 170 spots there, right?
It's an approximate number, about 150 so students. You bring up a good point that I do want to emphasize. This is a choice program. We cannot require families and students to sign up for this program. So sometimes we may offer admission, but they do have the choice to say yes or no. And some of our families do say no.
How do we prepare them for this? I know we accept the 6th grade GPA thing. How do we prepare them to take the Whitney High School, the state test, such as writing and math?
Right. These assessments are based on what the current standards and what they should have covered up to that point. It does not try to test them now for standards that they should have known at the end of the year. So they're norm-referenced exams that give a percentage based on what students know at this point in time. And the assessments are something that we've been working with our schools on. Our writing assessments is something that schools have been continuously working on because it's not just an assessment for Whitney. It's an assessment to just gauge how students are progressing with writing. And as you know, the state assessments also have a performance task from grades 3 through 8. And so there's been preparation along the way to prepare students for those types of exams, such as the writing assessment.
In my years in here, I remember we do a lot of provide the service to the, especially Hawaiian Garden, we have the after-school program. Am I right? Does it help them to write?
Yes, we offer academic tutoring and support to all of our students, particularly in any schools that need that additional support because students are not able to achieve the minimum grade level standards.
So far, this policy for tonight, it went to the policy committee, also went to the people that were appointed, sitting in the committee, and they approved this, and that's why they bring it here to allow us to final vote. Am I right?
Correct. Of all those committee members that were present, it was a unanimous vote in the positive for this policy.
And Mr. Salcedo. See, I'm sorry. Mr. Salcedo has gave some kind of some recommendation the last. I want all students treat the same, and that's why I'm here for, not for a certain area, because all students should have equal right to go to school. He had pointed some of the areas that were not. I don't know. That's what he said. I mean, do you try to work with him to see what the issue that we have? Possible we don't see it.
I have worked with many families to make sure that we're addressing the needs of our community at large. I do not want to discuss conversations that I had with individual parents, but
Agree with you.
the policy reflects the information and try to provide clarity for our families in ABC.
Nice. Thank you so much. That is my question.
Thank you. Clerk Nishi.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to have questions, and also I'm going to have requests for edits as I go along, if that's okay, because it's going to might take some time here. I apologize for that. So I see here under BP 118.3A, limitations on student enrollment residency, skipping the first sentence, going to the second sentence, resident students attending private schools, comma, or other public schools outside of the district via interdistrict permits are eligible for admission subject to a restriction then only 10 enrollment spaces each year may be filled with such students. I think there's a little bit of a typo here with then only 10 enrollment, right? Am I wrong?
No, that's correct. Then only 10 students. We have 10 spaces of
it's
offers of admission.
It's a typo, right?
It's a typo.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes.
It doesn't make sense.
I do see what you're saying. Yes, there's a typo.
I'm trying to help here.
Yeah.
But it's kind of a long sentence, right? It's kind of, I don't want to reformulate this sentence, but it says resident students attending private schools or other public schools outside of the district via interdistrict permits. But you're not referring to via interdistrict permits for the resident students, correct?
So what this statement is referring to is that students who live in ABC who attend other districts outside of ABC, but they live within the boundaries of ABC, could also apply for admissions.
I understand the intent, but the language, it says via interdistrict permits. This could actually refer to the previous one, attending resident students. And then the question is resident students. I mean, are the students residents or are the parents residents and the students are, can we have it says resident students. Does that mean these are kids that live in the district, I'm presuming?
Yes, it's students who live in the district.
So maybe we should have a definition that that's what we mean by that, because it seems like an odd wording of that. I don't know.
Resident students is referring to the prior sentence, which states all students residing within the boundaries. So if we need to add a point of clarification for a definition of resident students, that could be added to the language. But that resident students are students who live within the boundaries of ABC.
And then we need to make this via interdistrict permits to be more clear that it only refers to the public schools outside of the district. So public schools don't go outside the district, right? It's students that go from outside the district. So, or other resident students attending private schools. And then, so that's one group. And then there's other public schools outside the district via interdistrict.
So it's the resident students who attend other public schools outside of ABC via an interdistrict permit.
Can we write this a little bit better so it's clearer? Because I just see it's not as clear as it could be. So the next sentence here, additionally, children of ABC students who are not residents of the district are eligible for admission subject to restrictions than only 3, so that doesn't make sense, than only 3 enrollment spaces each year may be filled with such students. So that's a typo, right?
What I will say is that the language was purposeful in order to make sure that we reviewed the language with legal counsel to make sure that each item of the language was correct. And so this was a recommendation based on legal counsel. If you would like further clarification, we can certainly add that to the language.
So yeah, I was thinking to reformulate it to something like, non-resident ABC employees with eligible children may apply for a space space, I'm sure how we would say it, because one family could have 2 kids that are eligible, right, or take 2 spaces. 1 of 3 enrollment spaces. So I was thinking that would be a way to reformulate that sentence slightly. And this is reserved for non-resident ABC employee children. I'm not exactly sure, but I'm kind of hoping that we could, because this way it's worded right now says then only 3 enrollment spaces each year may be filled with such students. I know we had council look at it, but I wish they had tried to read it aloud, because it doesn't make sense.
That space is a typo.
Yeah.
It's subject to a restriction that only 3 enrollment spaces can be filled with such students. So this is basically saying if we have ABC employees whose children want to apply or who want to be a part of it, they don't live in our district, only 3 spaces would be given.
Right. And that's
So I see the typo there.
That's a great verbal expression, but we have to do this in writing, on paper, with clarity. And so I'm hoping that we could reformulate this so it says non-resident ABC employees with eligible children, so that defines the universe of it, may apply for a one space, or I'm not sure exactly, it's because they could actually get 2 of those spaces,
Well,
right?
they just apply.
Maybe they apply for a space of the 3 enrollment spaces that are available. Something like that.
We'll clarify.
So be clarified. And I know you didn't write this, but I just have to ask somebody to go next. The next one here is the next sentence regarding appeals. Individual may appeal a decision by the district not to offer admission to Whitney within 10 school days of the notification decision period. That's easy. The appeal will be heard by an administrative designee at the district office. A district administrator designee will review the request and decision is final. So is the administrative designee and the district administrator designee the same person?
Yes.
Okay, so then we should call them the same thing, so that way there's no confusion, right? So either call it a district administrator designee, that way it's clear it's from the district. That would be my suggestion. And so what is the basis upon which they review the appeal? Do they just have any basis that they can make a determination?
Sometimes families have questions regarding how their students performed on certain assessments, and so that's the initial part of the review, is to look at if there were any errors or questions regarding the assessments. The appeal is usually about ranking, and we do not release student ranking for reasons of privacy.
Okay.
And then to reassure families, of the process, and we walk them through the process. Sometimes there's lots of questions regarding the actual process itself.
So it's not like a hearing, right? It's a meeting with this district administrator designee.
Correct.
And then they explain to the parent that their kid didn't get it. But it's not really a decision because nothing's going to be changed? Or is the district administrator authorized to make a decision that's different than what's out there?
It depends on the situation that's occurring. If there was something that occurred in terms of an assessment and reviewed the scores, parents can see the process. If there's a change in the recommendation because an error was found or something occurred, the district administrator would then refer to the superintendent, and a different decision may be made.
Okay.
So it depends. I mean, it's depending on the situation that's brought forward.
So because right now it says the district administrator will review the request. It doesn't say they actually make a decision. It just says, and the decision is final. So I'd like for it to say something like, the district administrator designee will review the facts or review the situation and make a determination, period, and then this determination will be final. So that way it's that they actually make a decision if there's a decision. If we could put the basis for that decision, it would be nice, like if the decision will be based upon a clear error or something like that. So that's just, I'm thinking you need to know the basis for the decision, and they need to actually make a decision. This doesn't actually say they have to make a decision. It just says the district administrator designee will review the request and the decision is final. It doesn't actually say that they make a decision. So we need to make sure that that language is in there. It doesn't have to say a specific time, but I'm sure we would add in within a reasonable time. Within 10, so we should put in specifically, so this says they may appeal the decision within 10 days, but then how long does the administrator have to make a decision?
Usually it depends on when the family can meet with us. So that's the reason for there's not a timeline, because sometimes families can't meet with us right away, or because of our schedules, we're not available to meet right away with certain decisions.
Okay, so they have 10 days to appeal the decision, and then you set an appointment. It can be any time, correct?
Yeah, we try to do it as soon as possible.
Okay, and then after that meeting that you have with the parent, or maybe non-meeting because they decide not to go, then the administrator makes a decision, but there's no timeline for that decision, right?
No, there's no current timeline.
Okay, so to give the discretion to the administration, we should probably say there's a reasonable decisional period that could be provided, right?
Yes.
Can I interject it?
No.
Who's doing talk?
Sorry, sorry, it's Clerk Nishii's time.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I apologize, but I wanted to, anyway, I'm not going to say. So I'm all the way to the next part, the last part of BP here regarding entrance exam. Entrance to Whitney High School requires successful completion of an entrance exam. While students may study for the entrance exam, utilization of materials, copyright, and that's fine. But is this entrance exam the same thing as the placement exam that's
Yes,
set
those
forth?
are used interchangeably.
Okay, so can we just use the same language for both?
Sure.
That way it's, there's no question as if there's another thing out there. Going to the AR 518-3.
We haven't gone on to the AR yet.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
all right. So then that's my final conclusion for BP.
Thank you. Dr. Rios.
Yeah, I have a few questions and then a comment. How are we ensuring equity?
In the AR, you can see some of the procedural processes, but we're ensuring that all of our students in ABC have the opportunity to take the assessments and to be considered by removing any barriers of having to complete an application process if they are currently attending one of our schools. We're also, I know that Whitney High School has made some efforts to reach out to the community where they see the least enrollment with families that are hesitant about having their students attend Whitney High School by doing parent presentation nights in multiple languages, as well as providing transportation for various areas in the district, and providing opportunities when students do come to Whitney to stay after school for additional tutoring or support, and providing transportation at later hours in order to go back to their neighboring geographic attendance area, so that transportation is not a limitation to our students.
Fantastic. And the next is a comment that, it's not new. I've made it several years ago when we had, I think it was the diversity training, about how the optics are not great, right? Our district is 45.4% Latino according to the statistics today, yet make up a significant minority at Whitney. I know the comment is often made that, Whitney is not for everybody, but it should be. It should absolutely be for everybody. And we talk about an equity gap in this district, and we talk about certain kids not having the same opportunity to learn that other kids have. And I hate to see Whitney be a place that they can't get to, not by any fault of their own, but because of the geographic area that they live in or the particular school that they happen to attend. I'm looking forward to you reviewing the AR because, I have some questions about that. Again, at the top of the list would be the issue of equity. Like, how are we ensuring? And if we are ensuring equity, then why is there such a discrepancy in representation?
Thank you. Vice President Say.
We was talking about equity, that the Whitney High School is based on the academic preparation program designed for college preparation student in grade 7 to 12. I remember I went attending a CSB. There was a huge issues about equity things. I asked, and my questions here is, are you ready to go to school? Are we ready to get you prepared to graduate from the school? That's our, as a board member here. It's not because I want to get you in because the color, the this and that, then more people can go in, other people cannot go in. We're not treating them equally. We are supposed to treating all students equally. Because I remember, I said in the CSBA, I said, I feel so bad. One of my best friends, actually kids attending Linwood Compton, Linwood area high school. What had happened, the kids went to UC Berkeley, and then she had a problem to tolerate their school. He had a breakdown. He running around the school was naked. Is this what we want to? And I am a concern. Is this what we want to push all kids everyone go to Whitney? You know, some kids can be doing really well. I had 3 kids. Actually, Gabriel did really well. He went to different high school. He graduated. You know what? Actually, he had the best choice all high school, all the college he wants to go. He asked me, Mommy, should I just apply straight to college? I said, no. You apply whatever school you want to. If they accept you, you go. If they don't accept you because you're great, because you're other activity. He got in. Actually, he's way better than other 2 children. So I believe in here as educator here. I think we have a principal here, assistant principal here, and we have all the people working in education. We always want to treat all kids the same. If you treat them differently, then you are set them to be a failure. And I don't think I wanted my kids to set them to be a failure in here. And I know my audience right here, we want to treat all kids the same. And I think all the parents here too, if your kids are able to go to that school, then go to that school and graduate with the honor and go on with the next thing. But not every school they can. I went to the trade school, high school, I only have LV, I don't have a high school diploma. Look at me in here today, I have my master in 2. After I become an adult, which is late age, 40, I decided I want to go back to school. I want to get a degree, and I probably want to go to the doctorate degree again. But I never thought I can be here today like this. But all I want to do is my target is I want to do the best I can. We want to treat our students. I went to the teacher the last time we had a meeting there, and we were talking about what they want to be. Is not what they want to be. We want to be what? We want to teach all kids the same. And same thing the parent too. If your kids, I agree with the Mr. Saucedo say, hey, it's a problem that they didn't get in the area assigned. That is a problem. It's a problem that we need to look into in the future. But not equity because we'll go by the race, the color, certain number can go to this school, certain number cannot go. But that's not the purpose we set up the school for. ABC has all good high school. I teach at high school, I never forget when I first accepted 2007 as a board member, their test score was at 600, 700. You know what? Surgery problem, you're going to increase the test score. They did. They made it. And a lot of kids actually went to the better school. Got high school, I tell you, went to the better college than Cerritos at Whitney High School. And they had better scholarship. I never forget Dr. Weiss and I were praised one of the students, was homeless student, and went to the Stanford or Harvard University, get a straight right scholarship. And that's what I want to see it. Not the privileges give to certain people going to the certain program. We're not helping them. We are spoiled and we're set them to the failure. Let's work together. Focus on all students. That's what we're here for. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Rios?
I resent those comments, Board Member Sophia say. You imply that because people who are of a certain background are going to get into Whitney based on the fact that they're students of color. That is not in any way what I am trying to say. I graduated from Harvard and USC. I didn't get an invite to Whitney. My daughter scored in the 99th percentile on her GATE test. She didn't get an invite to Whitney. My son was probably the top scoring student at his elementary. He didn't get an invite to Whitney. So and I was okay with them. I'm happy my daughter went to school where she did. She got a great education. But this has always been something that has been personal to me and something that I think is a district issue as to how is it that there is such, again, a discrepancy about who gets into Whitney and who doesn't. And I, again, very much resent the fact that you think that, certain people are not equipped, whether it be academically or cognitively, to handle the rigor of Whitney, because my argument is that they absolutely can. And that's exactly what I'm trying to say, that we have students who can perform at the level that Whitney students can perform in every one of our schools, in every one of our elementaries right now, today. But yet, it seems that year after year, only a certain amount of students or a certain type of student gets into Whitney. Why is that?
Board Member Noyola.
Thank you, Mr. Beach. I just wanted to, address some of the, the comments being made. I've met with Dr. Stoffers, and we acknowledged that, outreach in Hawaiian Gardens and the Southside schools has been, something she's been trying to put more effort into. And like Dr. Castro mentioned, they are trying to reach more parents. So to demystify that Whitney High School is for only high achievers, or that all families and students can get there. I believe, like Dr. Rios just mentioned, that every student is able to get into Whitney High School. We just have to be able to support them. So that's something I will be working with Dr. Stoffers to, let our families know on the South Side that, their student can, and if they work hard, they can get into Whitney.
Thank you. Board Member Suyu.
I'm going to make it quick. Dr. Castro, we have a admissions procedure in place. My understanding is that each middle school has a certain spot. So all the elementary school kids in 6th grade, if you attend Carmenita Middle School, they get certain amount, right? 30, and then Tetzlaff gets 30. Isn't that how it works?
That's further addressed in the AR for
Right.
this proposal, but currently how it works is that we look at the geographic attendance area of middle schools, and 20 spots is allocated for every middle school.
Right.
And then in addition to that, we look at the ranking of students at their attending elementary school. And so for the larger elementary schools, they receive 3 offers of admission, and that's for the largest of the 14. And then for the remaining, they receive 2 offers of admission.
So my question is, so there's a certain procedure and protocol for admission, but the reason why we have less representation, is it because students get accepted according to the numbers allocated, but they just don't accept, or what is it? Can you clarify?
It's a variety of factors because of we're trying to make sure there's a diverse mix of students, and so there's geographic representation as well as representation from across the schools. But yes, many families do say no, who have limited knowledge perhaps of the Whitney High School, but it's also that there's a minimum 75th percentile rank that must be met. And so when students don't achieve that 75th percentile, we then go back to looking at the geographic attendance area.
Dr. Zillo, I think that if there's if board members, some of us seem like we're confused, it would be necessary and helpful if we can get a clear, transparent education and information on how the process is. That would be helpful. I would like to.
Like a presentation on it?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Probably should finish going through.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Vice President Saying Clerk Nishii one more time, and then I'm going to get my comments in, please. Vice President
I
Say.
do want to say something about the Hawaiian Garden residence area has improving a lot in the past. Since I've been here 2007, I see a lot of movement and change in the area. Parents are so much involved, actually more than some of the Cerritos area, and I witness on that, and I was praised that all the time in the board here meeting too. But I also thinking about, like you, Mr. Ayana just met, board member, my colleague just mentioned about, we do need to work more to let the parent understand that. I remember when I went door to door, I just talked to them about the school education. There's a change, there's a movement change already. Maybe you don't see it, but I see this already from years and years went by. And the only thing I am concerned, if, like a board member, Dr. Ogario said, her kids is 90%, could not get into the Whitney High School. I like to open the case. I want to see what's happening, why they did not at that time. There must be some reason, because otherwise I'll be really upset. I would discriminate certain people. But I don't think so, because my kids didn't get in. And I know Gabriel, even teacher guarantee he's supposed to go to Whitney High School. You know what? Accept the fact. Actually, Tehran's better. But then some parent may be seriously say, hey, I want to go to that school. So in the future, her case, I really like to open and see it. I mean, I want to see why they didn't get in. If we made a mistake, then we need to apologize to Dr. Olga Rios here. Why her kids not getting, other kids got in? I'd like to open the case for that in the future, so that would be fair for us to understand more. I know Whitney High School policy very well because I've been studying this many, many years already there. Thank you.
Clerk Nishi.
So I don't think Board Member Rios is saying about her own kids in that manner. I think it's more that there's this equitable procedure that we have that's fair and is applied equally, but there is a disparate result. And so we know that with certain parts of the law where there's a disparate result, we try to address those issues because education is the way out of a way of advancement for many areas. So the importance of Whitney is there. It's a way to enrich yourself, enrich your family. So we should probably look at how we do things. That UC system was looking at their standardized tests because they didn't see that standardized test was a good way of predicting the future of success of the students. I'm not saying we're doing that. That's not what I'm saying. But I just think we need to look at how we apply our procedures. Actually, how our equitable procedures create disparate results. And if there's a way to intentionally ensure that everyone has a fair ability to get into the school. I think that's what all our board members are talking about here. I'm not saying any specific issues, just like board member says, we have great schools all over the district, but the way we get into this particular school does matter, and having an equitable and fair result is something we should aim for. We may not achieve it, we may not achieve it, but it is a good aim that we should be intentional in achieving. Thank you.
I don't think Board Member Su Yu has spoken twice, and I have to be equitable, so Ms. Su Yu.
I'm going to make it very quick. So everyone's concern is very legitimate, but in terms of admission policy, right, when families don't accept it, that's not a policy issue. I just want to clarify. That's not a policy issue. However, we want to work on it, like our colleague, Noela pointed out. We want to work on it, but that's not a policy issue. Just wanted to clarify.
Thank you, Ms. Yu. I have several questions, and then we'll move on to the second half of your presentation. Was this policy written by our legal counsel?
Yes, it was reviewed and supported by legal counsel.
Does our district follow our policy in regards to the Whitney High School selection process?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Excuse me. Are the acceptances based on merit?
Yes, acceptances are based on these procedures.
Do you have to score a certain percentage to be accepted into Whitney High School on your test?
Yes.
I know my daughter got a notification. She's listed as Hispanic in our database. I think all students got a notification in 6th grade that they're eligible to take the Whitney High School test. Is that our policy, that every student in certain grade levels get a parent notification that the Whitney test is coming?
Yes.
Okay. Did we move the test forward because Oxford Academy's test is sooner and they were stealing some of our students? Principal Stoffers was really concerned about that. And also, our School of Choice lottery used to be where that was done before the Whitney selection process. So when kids were moved, it opened spots and we had to go with out-of-district families rather than our in-district families. Are those two considerations that why we moved the test forward?
There were various considerations, but the timing is purposeful because parents were receiving notifications so late. They were going to other districts as they were receiving notifications much earlier in the year. This timeline does align with our schools of choice, as well as aligns with some of our neighboring districts, including Anaheim Union, which I believe is what you're referring to. And in addition to that, because notifications were going out so quickly at the end of, close to the beginning of the school year, schools only had 2 weeks, as little as 2 weeks to fill those open spots, and sometimes those open spots were going to out-of-district permits.
Thank you. My last comment is I support Clerk Nishii's recommendations to clean up the language, use similar words, make grammatical changes, and we'll go to Dr. Yenyo after the presentation if he wants to accept your amendments. Dr. Castro, please continue.
do we vote on the BP first? I'm sorry, no. we're
It's
just
all
gonna-
one.
Okay, thank you. All right, so in light of all the questions, I am going to walk us through the AR just to make sure we're all on the same page in terms of the enrollment procedures. Again, I just want to reiterate that Whitney is a choice program, as some of our other programs are. And so families do have to make a choice, and some of those choice considerations have to do with whether they want their child to experience a comprehensive high school or a choice magnet school, as is Whitney High School. A comprehensive high school has various CTE programs that may not be available at Whitney due to their focus and their smaller population, and that is also consideration, not just the fact that they don't have knowledge about Whitney. So that there are other program considerations that are occurring in regards to what is available for students at some of our other schools, such as early college programs, as well as comprehensive programs at those school sites. So in the enrollment procedures under the AR, as listed, 7th grade admissions, all 6th grade students enrolled in district elementary schools will be given the middle school placement test and 6th grade writing assessment. Parents will be notified of the assessments and can opt their student from participating in the placement test by providing a written request to the school principal or designee. A pool of students residing in the district will be identified as eligible for admission based on the rank ordering high to low of student placement test scores and 6th grade writing assessments in each of the elementary schools in the district. All students within the pool must place at or above the 75th percentile on the composite score. The composite score is based on the combined students' placement test scores and 6th grade writing assessment scores. The placement test scores will be weighted 70% and the writing assessment scores will be weighted 30%. Are there any questions at this point?
Dr. Rios?
So I've hesitated making comments about my own personal experience exactly because of that, because I didn't want them to be misconstrued. But, like, you know, did anybody on our board ever consider sending their kids to Hawaiian Garden School or a Lakewood School because they thought that that's where they were going to get the best education? There's this misconception in our community that certain schools get better results because it's a fact. You can go to a school in a certain city and your kid is likely to meet standards at 80%, at 70%. You go to another school at the other end of the district and the numbers are a lot less. Have we made improvements? Absolutely. But if you're a student who's in 6th grade, who's attending a school where 30% of your classmates are meeting standards, what are your chances of getting into Whitney? They're not very high. And so that's what I'm talking about, equity. And that's what I'm talking about, you know, this misrepresentation. Where are our Latino students? Well, I think at the last check, Hawaiian Elementary was what, 90% Latino? What's their achievement scores? So that was a broader issue that I wanted to bring up. My daughter did attend Leo because I wanted her at the highest performing school. And she probably didn't get in because there was a lot of competition and she was up against maybe, I don't know what it was at that time, but regardless, you know, would I have wanted her to attend Whitney? I don't know. But I don't like the idea that she was somehow, you know, didn't have the opportunity. And that's the argument that I'm making, that these 45% of students in our district have an opportunity to get there. Because do I know that they have the academic ability to compete at Whitney? Absolutely. I mean, a kid from Artesia ended up at MIT and is now very successful. So it's not about the rigor. Can they handle it? Absolutely. It's not about are they smart enough? To say otherwise, I find it very, very offensive. So to my question about they have to score at the 75th percentile, what are we doing about it? And again, these schools that have incredibly low achievement when it comes to reading and math.
So just a point, you're asking specifically what are we doing to support the schools in terms of academic achievement in the areas of math and English?
No, I don't think that's what I'm asking. So for example, the students that are going to be considered for Whitney admission have to score above the 75th percentile. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Carver just got they just got named a blue ribbon, you know? Are we going to expect that a majority of the students that are going to meet this standard are going to come from Carver? Or are they still limited? Are we still limiting the percent? I guess I'm trying to make sense of it. Like how? Okay.
I think I understand your question, and if you will allow me, I will continue reading so that there's a point of clarification under item 5.
Okay.
So let's just please hold all comments. If you could go through the whole section,
Sure.
and then
Well,
we'll take.
I thought she paused so that we could make a
I'm
comment.
changing it because
Okay.
we're never gonna get through this, so
Got it.
let's just go through the whole thing, please.
Item 3, private school students or students attending public schools outside of ABC Unified through inter-district permits who reside within the boundaries of the ABC Unified School District will be eligible to apply for admissions. Students must score at or above the 75th percentile on the composite score. The composite score is based on the combined students' placement test scores and 6th grade writing assessment scores. The placement test scores will be weighted 70% and the writing assessment scores will be weighted 30%. Number 4, children of permanent ABC employees who are not residents of the district may also apply for admission. Students must score at or above the 75th percentile, the composite score. The composite score is based on the combined students' placement test scores and 6th grade writing assessment scores. The placement test scores will be weighted 70% and the writing assessment scores will be weighted 30%. The following admissions process will be utilized, or number 5, excuse me. The following admissions process will be utilized with annual adjustments based on enrollment and other mitigating factors for admissions. Students are ranked based on the composite score by middle school geographic attendance. 20 students will be selected from each of the 5 middle schools' geographic attendance area based on the ranking of the composite score. This will comprise the first 100 students who are offered admission. Item B, students are then ranked based on the composite score by attending elementary school. Based on this ranking, 2 students are offered admission from each attending elementary school. An additional offer of admissions will be given to each of the 14 schools with the largest 6th grade enrollments totaling 3. C, if an elementary school has an insufficient number of eligible students, the school's remaining offer of admissions will be given to the highest scoring students from the pool of eligible students at the feeder middle school. 7th grade waitlist. After the initial offer of admission, the district will establish a waitlist for 7th grade students based on the composite score by middle school geographic attendance area. Number 2, if a student declines the initial offer of admission, an offer of admission will be given to the next eligible student based on the composite score by middle school attendance area. And item 3, rankings will not be released as a matter of student privacy. 8th through 12th grade admissions. Students will be selected for openings in grades 8 through 12 based upon highest composite score. All students within the pool must place at or above the 75th percentile on the testing instrument. Other general criteria are, a waiting list will be reestablished each year using the same criteria. And B, students must demonstrate evidence of satisfactory academic progress at current school of attendance, no lower than a 2.5 GPA. And then it goes on to repeat the appeals policy that was already outlined in the BP.
Thank you, Dr. Castro. Bring it back to the board. Clerk Nishi.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the first paragraph, 7th grade admissions, we have a middle school placement test and 6th grade writing assessment. And the parents will be notified of the assessments. It doesn't say that they're going to be notified of the test, but can we make sure that the language is consistent so that they are notified of the tests and the assessments as well? So the
Yes.
parents will be notified of the assessment or the placement test and the assessment. So they're notified of both because we separately describe them, and can opt out their student from participating in the placement test. We should also say placement test and the writing assessment, right? Because they would opt out of both.
So the writing assessment is not exclusive to Whitney. The reason why they can opt out of the placement test is because that is exclusively used for Whitney admissions.
Okay.
The writing test is a 6th grade writing test. It is not exclusive to Whitney. And so those scores are provided to teachers and to make decisions about students' needs in terms of writing, writing progress.
Okay, so that's
academically.
intentional. Thank you. So then you would leave it that way. Perfect. The next sentence, I was looking at this, the pool students talking about this. Okay, yeah, that's okay. So 3 and 4, it's private schools, and 4 is ABC employees. So we have 3 spots available to both of those 2 classes, right? A total of 3. So it could be 2 private school students, or it could be 1 permanent ABC employee that resides outside the district, or it could be the reverse. Is that what it is?
No, if you look back at the board policy, for private school students, it's up to 10 offers of admission, and for children of employees, it's 3 offers of admission.
Oh, it's 10. Okay, so I'm just kind of trying to figure out the number of people that would actually qualify in terms of, outside of the district is 3. And that's probably just an issue of policy, I would guess, right? In terms of, and equity as to whether we allow more or less from outside of the district to come and take the test and qualify?
Correct.
How do we come up with the 3 and the 10? Is it in terms of the competitive numbers that apply, or is it just a number that we put there?
These are numbers that have been reflective of the previous policy, and so it's probably due to looking at the students who are attending current schools and residing within the district to have the majority of the slots, and then providing some options for students who are not currently in the district, as well as children of employees.
Okay, we determined that 3 is the appropriate number and 10 is the appropriate number for the other side. Somewhere in the past, we've decided that.
Yes.
Okay, all right. And I'm not sure if that was based upon there's a big pool of these people, and so therefore it's the same ratio with our own residents, or whether we provide residents a better advantage, or whether we provide ABC employees a better advantage if they're residents or non-residents. I'm not exactly sure how that was determined, but I guess we've made a determination regarding that. So what are the mitigating factors for admissions? You have number 5 here. The following admissions process will be utilized with annual adjustments made on enrollment and other mitigating factors for admissions. Is the mitigating factors related, what is that mitigating factors? Is it related to the school population?
Yes, it's related to drop in enrollment. So if we continue to see changes in our enrollment in ABC, and the current committee that is reviewing enrollment decides to close the school or take it open, those are factors that may change the number of schools. And so rather than being explicit about a specific number, it's to adjust for that in the future.
So the mitigating factors is a broad kind of catch-all?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The next, page 79, B, at the top of the page, students are ranked on the composite score by attending at elementary school. Students are then ranked based upon the composite score by attending elementary school. Then ranked based upon the composite score by attending elementary school. Okay. We're missing a word there, right? So we'll add that word that's required for that. I just want to make sure that she's answering the questions, but she's not the one necessarily who wrote the policy. It's an attorney who wrote the policy that's not here today. Based upon the ranking, 2 students are offered admission from each attending elementary school. An additional offer admissions will be given to each of the 14 schools, with the largest 6th grade enrollments totaling 3. I think I know how that works, but the way it's written, it looks like they get an additional 3, not a total of 3. Like, you start with 2, and I think you give them 1 more, right? But this thing looks like it says totaling 3. It looks like it's an additional 3. So can we write it so that it's really 100% clear? The most any elementary school will get is 3. So that way people don't say, oh, Leah will get 5. And that wouldn't really be fair, right? And I'm sure that's not the intent of the policy. So if we can redraft that to appropriately include that. If a student declines the initial offer admission, the offer admission will be given to the next eligible student based upon the composite score by middle school geographic attendance area. I'm guessing that means the person who had the next highest score, right?
It depends.
So I asked, but I'm not gonna. I would like to move this to the next agenda, but there isn't sufficient time, because if we do move it to the next agenda, then we're going to have a problem with the Whitney admissions, which needs to go out relatively soon, correct?
Yes, we are currently accepting applications, and we have, are starting to give the Whitney admissions as well as the writing assessments.
Right, so this has to be approved today. I can't wait for an attorney to go over this, and that's why, you know, I wish we had a little bit more time, but here we are.
Please continue, Arnie.
Thank you. So it should be in there somewhere that it's the next eligible student to the next eligible highest scoring student. Is that what we're looking for? Because it could be anybody in the 75th percentile. It could be the highest. It could be somewhere in the middle. We should. Right. It relates to the elementary, but we should. Okay. So if the elementary school has an insufficient number of eligible students, the school district offer will be given to the highest scoring students from the pool of eligible students, probably at that school, at the feeder middle school. If that person decides not to take admission, then we should also say for the person who declines admission, the next person in the list should be the next highest score rather than just the next eligible student, right?
It goes back to the pool of the middle school.
Right, but rather than have somebody reread this and try to be confused, we should make it clear that it says the next highest student, right?
We could add language, next eligible student based on the rank composite score. If you remember, the composite score was defined as the percentages, and then that the wait list is established by ranking of those composite scores.
Okay.
So, but I can kind of circle that back into this language so that it closes, I understand what you're saying, so it closes the loop.
You
Yes.
could pick the middle in that group or the highest in the top 75th percentile. You could pick number 99 or you could pick number 76. I don't think you mean to provide that kind of leeway, right?
Right. So next eligible student based on the ranking composite scores.
Okay, and then all students, we're going down to 8th through 12th. So the 7th grade wait list and the 8th through 12th grade admission, there's not an additional test, right? So we're looking at the test that they took in 6th grade to make a determination if they're going to get in, so you have 7th grade and you have an 8th through 12th grade admission, right?
Right, so 8th grade through 12th grade admission, they do have to take they also do have to take the assessments. They have a writing assessment, and they have a placement exam as well. Those spaces are based on enrollment availability, and so that is a different process. That's just a straight ranking order.
So they take another test, right?
Right, it is not based on their 6th grade scores.
Right. So maybe we should put in here 8th through 12th grade admissions should be based upon another test, because it looks like it's still based upon the 6th grade score potentially, because we don't reference another test here. Do we? Or do we? I didn't have time.
I can add that language into this portion, that it's based on a current placement exam.
Okay, that'd be great, because you know I just want to make sure that we're you know secure in this. District administrator will review the request. And I just want to, again, make sure that it's known that they make a decision and period that within a reasonable amount of time, and that decision is final. So just make sure that it actually says, and we could say the basis, a reasonable basis, or, yeah, we don't want to give too much of a we don't want to constrain them too far. So maybe say based upon a reasonable decision, and that decision is final as a separate sentence, so that way it's two different parts. Those are my only real questions. And the last one is, again, I think reiterating that there are other ways that we can explore in terms of making sure that this test is achieves what we want, which is an equal opportunity for everyone. So I'm sure we're going to explore that for the following academic year, as this year it's going to be a little bit too late to re-explore that. Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Nishi. Vice President Say.
Dr. Castro, what is attending elementary school when you mention about? For example, where I'm going to use Dr. Ogo's kid. Her kid's original school is what school's supposed to be. Okay, what is the original? Okay, for example, my neighbor kids. I remember Gina. I use her name. It's not a real name. Gina attending at Cerritos Elementary School, but her home school is Nemus. Okay, so when you decided, when she took the test, okay, she got a score, but you based on Lima School, which is she's supposed to be attending it, rather than she was a school of choice at Cerritos.
As you know, once a student accepts the schools of choice process, that school then becomes their attending elementary school. And so the attending is the school that they're currently at.
That's what I was told. I was understanding it because I remember back in I know very well because I know the couple of cases there. And that's how we go back, your attending school, your original attending school, then you'll be in that pool. Can you double check that for me?
It is the school that you're currently enrolled in. So the attending school is your school that you're currently enrolled in.
Okay, I'll have to go find them more because that's not the exactly situation I've been went through many, many years. Attending school is actually you are original assigned to, then now you choose interdistrict. So.
If I can
And
refer
then-
you to item 5,
Mm-hmm.
the first part of the policy refers to the middle school geographic attendance, where the first 100 schools come from the geographic attendance of the middle school. So that is the middle school you're supposed to go to, because currently you're in 6th grade. So that is the feeder pattern, that is the geographic attendance area. The item you're referring to is the next set of admissions offerings, which is for the elementary schools, and those are for students attending those elementary schools.
Was supposed to be attending that elementary school.
That they're currently attending those
Current
elementary
attending
schools.
is, which is the interdistrict, went to the school, and then you base on that race there. I want a clarification, because that's not what I understand that.
Yeah, so if they're, let's say they have school of choice at Cerritos Elementary,
Right.
the attending elementary school is Cerritos Elementary. But if their homeschool would mean that where they live at home, they would go to Ross Middle School.
Right.
They would be on the middle school list for Ross, but for the attending school, they'd be pulled from Cerritos.
They're pulling for attending school.
So there's two different pieces.
Right, one is based on when they go advanced school, which
For
is.
this process, there's two different pieces.
Okay.
The majority of kids, we pull by where they live.
Mhm. That's right.
We add additional kids based on where you're currently going to elementary school.
See, that's what I wanted people to did not know that, which means you are resident school. Most of the time, people didn't know what the benefit they're also getting from there. Actually, I studied that very well. Attend your, like you say, homeschool. When they go back to pulling your homeschool, people have better chance, because if you do well, for example, you do well in the Leo Elementary School, but they don't put you in the Leo pool, they put you back to Lima's pool, you have better chance. Such as the student, you know what I'm talking about here now, and I know very well. When the kids in some school, especially the student enrollment's getting less and less, because we did have we had a geographic presentation one time. A lot of kids from Hawaiian Garden are moving out to the local area. So when they go back to choosing the Winnie High School, they go back to resident area, original school there. So they have better chance because less students go there anymore. Most students moving to the Cerritos Leo Elementary School, so they have a more chance, because this is what we've been doing study for 5 years already, follow up that already. And then we just also see, I want people to know that. Actually, I just have Chinese parent complain, they'll have 10 students on Winnie High School, they find out what's going on there, how come they cannot get into it? Because most of them, I want to Winnie, go to Leo's, Wheatman, Gonzalez. So their chance, those are the peaks that put the student in that pool area, they're very hard to get into the Winnie High School. People thought it's easy to get. No, they're not, because they go back to the resident school. So when we're talking about Hawaiian Garden School, they should have better chance to go in there. That's why Winnie High School more Hispanic. They even have a Hispanic club now. It didn't happen before, and they're very strong there. Versus the Winnie High School, I just had a Hispanic and the Chinese, Korean people come to me. How come they cannot get into the program? Why the other people come see? And I told them, take the test. And the area you guys want to choose, maybe they use the address to those areas, the pool area, so they have a hard time to get into Winnie. There's a reason there. So people do not understand behind the screen. I just want to say this is, I really been following more than 5 years already. Since my kids in school, my kids not getting into it. And then, this is it, because the area you choose. Sometimes better the area that you go to Hawaiian Garden, better chance going to the Winnie High School rather than the other one. in Hawaiian Garden have more chance getting to the Whitney High School than other area getting. That's how I find out.
Thank you. Dr. Rios?
Dr. Castro, can you please answer? I mean, I have a problem with people saying things that can't be proven. Is that true? Do you have a better chance by going to Hawaiian Gardens schools to get into Whitney?
I cannot comment on that. I know what the slots are allotted and the offers of enrollment. When schools of choice happens, there's a mix of students that move throughout the district, and so there's different opportunities available. I'd have to do more longitudinal data to examine that, but I cannot comment on that.
Right, so it would be an opinion, not a fact. Okay, I really have a statement, I guess. I was troubled by C, if an elementary school has an insufficient number of eligible students. Like every week we have students come from all across the district and we comment on the exceptional skills that they present here, whether they be incredibly articulate or just incredibly engaged in their studies. And so I have a very big problem with a school who would not have eligible students. And I would, ask that, should that be the case, that a lot of support be given for their instructional program. Because again, I don't think it's a student issue at that point. I would, ask that instructional program be looked at. Because, yeah, there's obviously a gap. We have, that's it.
Thank you. Board Member Suyu.
I move the previous question. Close the debate.
Okay, is there a second? And I will preface the next part by I haven't had an opportunity to speak, but that's fine. It's been motioned and seconded. All those in favor? Let's do roll call. Danielle, please.
Wait, I thought there would be updates. I changed some words in there.
She moved to close the debate. It's been first and second, and we're going to vote on it. Roll call, Danielle.
We're voting on her?
On to close the
Close
debate
debate.
and move it to vote.
Mr. Noyola?
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio?
Yes.
Dr. Rios?
No.
Mrs. Yu?
Yes.
Mr. Nishi?
Yes?
Mrs. Say?
Yes.
Mr. Beach?
Yes, that's fine.
Motion passes 6-1.
Okay, so now, Clerk Nishi, I think you want to make a motion to amend the initial motion with all your corrections?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second, Sophia.
Okay. All those in favor of that?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Point of information, we just voted to close the discussion. Don't we now have to vote on the item?
Yes. And
Okay.
That's what we're going to do. Okay, roll call, Danielle. And this will be the actual initial item without modifications,
Without amendments?
without amendments.
Oh,
Okay.
well,
I jumped out of order with making your motion, okay? When it was called the question, the debate's over, we vote on the motion that's on the floor, which was the initial motion.
so then if we vote on the motion without the amendments, then it's what we have here, the
Yes.
typos included.
Correct.
All right.
That's why we shouldn't have closed the discussion.
Danielle, roll call, please.
Mr. Noyola?
No.
Dr. Eugenio?
Yes.
Dr. Rios?
No.
Mrs. Yu?
Yes.
Mr. Nishi?
No.
Mrs. Say?
Yes.
Mr. Beach?
No.
Oops, sorry. The motion
Okay, so that
failed.
motion fails. Clerk Nishi,
So I'd like the amended motion with the clarifications and typos fixed.
okay,
I second it.
second. Okay, Danielle, roll call, please.
Mr. Noyola?
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio?
No.
Dr. Rios?
Yes.
Mrs. Yu?
Yes.
Mr. Nishi?
Yes?
Mrs. Say?
Yes.
Mr. Beach?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1.
Okay, item.
Can I recommend one more thing?
No, that item's closed.
Not on this, but just hear me out. Just one thing.
Is it about 1.6A?
Not about the policy.
Okay, so we're moving on to 1.6A.
Uh-huh.
You'll have board comments later.
Okay.
1.6A, may I have a motion to approve revised policy and administrative regulation 6158 independent study?
So move it, Sophia.
Second by Noyola.
Dr. Castro.
Thank you. This proposal of this board policy and AR, the revisions are based on recommendations from CSBA. It also emphasizes the larger role of our educational partners in independent studies, particularly parents and students. It clarifies timelines according to our ed code and the requirements by CDE in regards to learning agreements, as well as the type of instruction that is available for students. And I do want to make a note that on page 96 of 1.6a, on the bottom, there is the independent studies for physical education in grades 7 through 10, which gives, the governing board believes that all students benefits from participating in physical education that is provided through a comprehensive standards-aligned program that integrates physical fitness into the broad range of activities that students enjoy. Quality physical education programs help all students develop health-related fitness, physical competence, cognitive understanding, and positive attitudes about physical activities so they can adopt healthy and physically active lifestyles. In order to provide students with educational opportunities that are accessible through independent study physical education instruction as an alternative instructional strategy, the district will establish criteria, guidelines, application procedures, and an appeal process posted annually on the district website. The application window will be limited in order to ensure that students can be notified 14 days prior to the start of the school year. And this is reflective of community requests as well as board member requests to allow for independent studies PE based on national ranking of certain groups of students.
Thank you. Clerk Nishi, any public comment?
I don't see any.
Any board discussion? Sue, is this you from before, or do you have something on this item? I didn't clear it.
Yeah, it's not on this item.
Clerk Nishi.
So just to confirm, it only goes to 7 to 10. Is there a reason it doesn't go to 11 or 12?
There's no requirement for PE in grades 11 and 12.
Okay, great. And so this is for those athletes who may excel in a particular sport, and will enable them to potentially apply for this independent study and not have to go to a second PE class. Like they would create a curriculum within there, within the district. They would get approved by the district, and so they wouldn't have to show up to a second PE class if they were at a competitive level of athletics.
It would give students the alternative to take PE through independent studies.
And it doesn't matter if you're a competitive athletic person or not.
Those guidelines will be established, but it is based off of the rankings of students on competitive guidelines.
So potentially a competitive athlete could utilize this particular procedure to not have a redundant injury invoking activity.
Potentially, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? 7-0. All right, 1.7A, may I have a motion to approve request to contract with the Leadership Ledge LLC to provide co-administrators with professional learning and coaching sessions focused on instructional leadership, school culture, student behavior management, and data-driven decision-making for the 23-24 school year. Any public comments? Clerk Nishi.
I don't see any.
Any board discussion? Clerk Nishi.
I just want to thank staff for answering a lot of questions I had related to this particular contract, making sure that the public interest is upheld in terms of how we select these particular contracts, the basis upon which we do this, and ensuring that we get the best competitive dollar. So this is based upon specific guidelines. So it says approximately up to $90,000, but there's specific basis upon which they get to that particular number. And so with that, I'm very satisfied with the answer that I received. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other comments, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? 7-0. 3.8A, may I have a motion to open a public hearing and adopt resolution 2310 for textbooks and instructional materials compliance and approve certification of provision for standards aligned instructional materials with education codes, grade K through 12, fiscal year 23-24. May I have a motion?
Second.
Dr. Castro.
With the passing of this resolution, it allows us to meet the Williams instructional materials requirement, which we were found to be 100% compliant with in terms of our instructional materials. If families want to know more information, they can click on the Family tab of our district website under Parent Resources, and they'll find the curriculum and textbook listings of our current approved books and the process by which they can access the curriculum and review the books by making an appointment or reaching out to one of our staff members.
Clerk Nishi, any public comment?
I do not see any. Is the person who's writing going to make comment on this? No. So there's
Any-
no public comment.
Any board discussion? All right, hearing none, I close public hearing. Let's vote on the motion, please. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. 4.5A, may I have a motion to approve bid award ABC 1627 fencing and gates to Western Fence and Supply Inc., DBA Pilgrim Fence as lowest responsive and reasonable bidder, 23-24 school year, and an option to renew annually for 4 additional years. May I have a motion? Any public comment? Clerk Mashii.
No public comment.
Any board discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. We have about 10 minutes. We're going to board member reports. If you guys want to move fast, fine. If someone wants to make a motion to extend, we can do that too. But for now, is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, meeting's extended to 11 p.m. Board member comments. We have Board Member Suyu.
Number one, I want to use this, comment section to recommend. We've talked about the equity issue several times, and I'd like to know if we can have an ad hoc committee, and I would be glad to get on the board on that committee. I would like him to be here because he's out from Hawaiian Gardens.
Okay.
But
You want to pause on your comments?
yeah,
And we'll-
let me pause
okay.
on that because
But-
I want him to. Yeah.
I'll come back to you. Vice President Say?
Thank you. I do want to, actually, I make my comment on this young woman remarks. I do want to make comment on the distinguished young woman remarks. I was so pleased to recognize this young woman. They are our future leaders, and we are so lucky to have them as a students. The distinguished young woman program is very good and has helped many of our students get into the college. Not only do this young woman can earn the scholarship, but participating in this program helps on college participation application. I do want to recognize one of the students we have is alternate DYW. I don't want to mention her name again, who was choosing this year as alternate. That student, I was really proud of her, and we also know he recently lost one of the members in his family, and she's still attending today. I really want to appreciate it. And I would also want to appreciate Darshana. She put up so much energy with the girls and trying to help them out. And like she said, it's not a beauty contest, it's all, not just only one. Their talent, their speech, their leadership, everything has shows that. And we do couple our students earn the state champion on that. So for my report, October 7th, attend the ABC Community Showcase. I really enjoyed Dr. Zeno's presentation. What an amazing story. And she shared her remarks about her how family can lead by example for their children. And I also had a good chance to talk to Dr. Zeno's mother and the sister. It was really good, conversation. Especially when it comes to education. I realized how much they focus on it. And I brought my daughter to that event, and we visit every school, and it was an exciting event. And I want to thank Dr. Zillow and all who were involved in putting the showcase together. And I can't wait until the next year. And I do know for the change we have right now do save a lot of money from our district. We used to go to the Hilton Hotel. Just the hotel itself costs a lot of money, and then all the food and event. But this time we have all the parent comes, we also have a lot of giveaway, the door prize, things like that. Really, I mean, that to me is more positive that we made another change in movement on that and also save our costs. At last, some of you probably know I like to volunteer. I was actually former president for DYW. I still help them do the flower arrangement for the event. I recently volunteered with the Red Cross to help Shore family in Lakewood, because I know when they have city layout, Lakewood and Bell Garden or some other area, I choose the Lakewood because that's kind of my school district area. So I work with the smoke detectors. And we installed this smoke detector for free. One house, actually, we put up 5 smoke detector. We put every room they have one, and the family was so happy. They told us actually they'll think about it, put the smoke detector in the house, but I guess the financial cost of 5 quite a bit. And they told me just across the street they had a fire, and so they're really pleased. And so I was really happy to help. Thank you, President. That's my report.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to Ms. Suyu.
Yeah, thank you. Number one, I wanted you to be here before I should. So we had, several discussion. So my recommendation is to have some kind of, I don't know how to call it, ad hoc committee or ad hoc committee to have a pilot program to work with the South Side families and students, not in 6th grade because it's too late, maybe 4th, 5th grade, to prepare them academically and also awareness, of the magnet Whitney program that's offered for the ABC students. And I'd be glad to get on the committee to help, because the students need academic preparation and the families need that awareness. And we have an equity officer who could also pull sources. And I know that Whitney also has tutoring program for the students, but that's just a volunteer. That's just volunteer parent groups. They fundraise to get the tutoring going. But how about if our district can allocate, Tuan's not gonna like me, but allocate some funding to strengthen a legitimate program, something like that. That's just I want to throw an idea in there. Second thing is, this one I would like to agendize on our next meeting is to look at our board policy on parent alert. I know that we do have something in place, and look at the parent alert because of in reflection to some of the legislatures that are passed. There's a lot of concern for the ABC parents, and I would definitely like to ask the board to put this on the next month agenda, to look at the board policy and to look at what we can do to have that kind of a communication with the families. Can I ask for a consensus?
You certainly can. So there was 2 different things there. You
Yeah,
talked
2.
about an ad hoc committee initially. Do you just want staff to do outreach in the South, or do you actually want an ad hoc committee that we're all going to appoint people to and meet monthly for so long?
Not maybe.
Mr. President?
Yeah.
I don't know that this is an agendized item that we
Yes.
can create a consensus vote on right now.
It's not an agendized item, but a board member, under board member reports, can request an item to go on a future agenda. It needs to be seconded, and then it'll be voted on.
It would be voted on at this point where we've not had a agenda, the public has not had a chance to
No.
comment on?
It will go to a future agenda.
It can be information, then go to the agenda.
Yeah.
No, I understand that, but,
How else would you ever get an agenda item on?
we would do it the normal way, which is request.
I check with legal counsel. This is
Okay.
proper procedure.
I'm requesting.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's take them one at a time.
Yeah. Let's do the parent alert board policy first.
Okay, so you want to recommend on a future agenda?
Yes.
To be a parent alert notification?
Look at the policy.
Okay.
That's very broad, though. What do you mean parent alert policy?
In the light of the AB 665, there's been a lot of concern, and this is going to be a growing concern in all the districts. And I know that we have a board policy to a certain extent. I talked with Dr. Zidlo about we have some policy in place, but what can we do we need to know what's in the policy and what we can do to strengthen the policy so that when our children as young as 12 decide to make some medical decisions or counseling or therapy, that parents will be notified. Yeah.
Okay, so I think I understand you want
Yeah.
staff and legal counsel to look
Yes.
at a policy
Yes.
for parental notification.
Yes, and
under
have a
certain
board
circumstances.
discussion with the community involvement, have everybody have the opportunity to discuss it, put it on the agenda.
Is there a second? And this is for the item to go on a future agenda?
Yes.
You on your second.
Okay. Danielle, roll call, please.
So, wait a second, don't we get to comment and
yes.
ask questions?
Yes, that's board discussion.
Because, and then we should have public comment, but the public didn't even know that we're having this on the agenda.
This is to put it on the agenda.
Right, I
Yeah,
understand
yeah,
that, I
yeah.
understand that.
We can have the discussion once
I
it
get
goes
it.
on the agenda.
So I would just make sure or request that we follow our policies of our school and ensure that before it comes to us, we have everything go to the Legislative Review Committee. And so that
You mean
would-
our legal counsel?
No, our Legislative Review Committee. So all the policies that we put forth here are first reviewed by our Legislative Review Committee first. And then they review, receive analysis, they discuss, and then they provide recommendations as it relates to additional items, and that's when it gets on our agenda. So I prefer that we have the benefit of our appointees and have it go through that normal, regular procedure, whenever that is into the future.
So what might be good at this point, Board Member Yu, is for you to have it come back as an informational item first.
Yeah.
We'll get information
Sure.
about it, we'll have a little clearer picture of what it is. Then if approved, it'll go to the Legislative Committee and then come on our agenda.
No, that's not what I want.
Don't all policies
Yeah,
go
we
through?
could, I could request an agenda and have it in the information item. We can discuss about it. We're not gonna like put it on the action item immediately. And it could go to the legislative or,
Later on.
yeah.
later.
And we have a legal counsel that we can check into.
So I think
Yeah.
that's what President Beach is actually,
No, that's not what it is. You want this to go into the legislative committee first before it becomes on the agenda?
correct, that is the
Yeah.
normal
So
procedure
I'm
that we
asking
have.
to put it on the information item agenda. I want to agendize it for next board
As a
meeting.
board, he can,
Yeah.
she can.
Yeah.
She can make
Information
information
item.
item, for
Mhm.
information item, put on
Ernie, I-
discussion.
Yeah, I have the right. I can do that.
Okay, so just to be clear, you're asking for an information item on
Yes.
the next agenda?
Yeah, put on the agenda.
Dr. Yenyo, is that what you're seconding?
Second.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there any more discussion? Dr. Rios?
Like, I would really caution our board to get into discussions that are beyond the purview of what we do in our rules. Like, she mentioned medical procedures. I mean, when was the last time a child underwent a medical procedure on our campuses? Can anybody speak to that, please?
That's right. we
And
sh-
where?
Say
What
it again.
school?
Is this something that I can answer?
We shouldn't have, sorry.
Okay.
Should not like that.
Dr.
Yeah,
Rios,
yeah.
would you like an answer to that, or?
Well, what I like is for legal to check that, again, if we're gonna have a discussion about something that we do not do, then I will, I would be for that. But if it's a discussion about, again.
Simply,
A Senate, excuse me, Madam,
okay.
Board Member Yu, about Senate bills, which we have, that's a state. Assembly bills, that's a state. Governor actions, that's a state. We're here to talk about education of students. So if it's within that purview, I'm all for it. But if it's not, why?
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? My numbering system here is for board reports, so.
Okay.
Anybody else? I'll just make a simple comment. Most of us up here are parents. I think all of us would want to be notified if our kid hits his head on the playground, if our kid, does something minor like we do. For the major things, I think most parents want to be notified too. So I'd like legal counsel to look at what other districts are doing, what's reasonable, and then get information on it first, which is what you're asking for. And then if there's consensus from there, it would go to be agendized.
So I think that it's good to have a lot of information. However, it needs to be relevant information related to the authority that we have as a school board.
Yes.
So to the extent that it doesn't go into state rules or federal rules by which we do not have authority over, and doesn't get into those state and federal rules, then it should be acceptable because it would be within the realm of our decision-making.
And Board Member Yu, you're asking for legal counsel to review the
Yes.
information item, correct? Okay.
Yes.
Is there any more discussion on this? Danielle, roll call, please.
Mr. Noyola?
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio?
Yes.
Dr. Rios?
Yes.
Mrs. Yu?
Yes.
Mr. Nishi?
Yes?
Mrs. Say?
Yes?
Mr. Beach?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, now in regards to your ad hoc committee,
Yeah, so it doesn't have to be an ad hoc committee. It could be just maybe a small group, maybe a couple of board members work with the staff to work on this program. Because we've been talking about the academic strengthening and, all that stuff. And today, when I heard several board members and the concerns, if we can, do some kind of a committee to help and work with students on the south side, also the families. Not just outreach in 6th grade, but outreach as early as 4th, 5th, and let them know the benefits and the programs that's available. And then to get some of the students and get them, trained work with the principals, work with our staff. I think that would really be concrete progress and help.
Okay.
Because the policy we cannot change. Policy is there, but, like, as I said, it's a different issue, yeah.
I think this is a great idea to help our students. I guess we can take this offline, and if a few board members want to form a committee with staff to try to help, is that
Right.
agreeable?
It would not be amenable to a vote, but I think she can direct the superintendent to do such, and
Yeah.
and that would be appropriate.
Can I say something, because I've been pushing my button there?
Yes.
I just want to make sure board member to understand we serve our student. What about African American student there? We have 8% there. What about the other cultures people there? We need to be consider really carefully, say, I only want to focus South Side. I know we have 2 board members from South Side, but what about others? Who speak up for them? Don't forget, our purpose here is serve all students. I understand certain area maybe needs more help or something. We have been done a lot, but we need to treat all students. What about, just like you mentioned, how about African American people? They're not here, nobody represent for them. Please, think about that twice.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Say. We'll move on with board comments. Board Member Noyola.
Thank you, President Beach. I just have a few quick updates. This past 2 weeks, I was able to attend the Migrant Education Parent Advisory Committee. They went over nominations and updates from Feddy Middle School. And prior to that, I attended Melbourne Elementary, and I got to visit the campus, and I was kind of voluntold to be part of the Young Men's League, so I will be participating in that at Melbourne. October 13th at Aloha Elementary, I got to visit their campus with Dr. Delgado and got to see how he gets involved with the families. And I'd like to give him a shout out. He also, is very, very community-based. He actually walks with some students home, so he is very involved with the families. And the day before to that, I got to visit Palms Elementary with Dr. Smart. And I just wanted to share one piece she said. She said she got into education because she wanted to be the administrator that she deserved when she grew up. So I think that's something we can all embody, including us here on the board. On December 13th, I was also at the Hawaiian Gardens Trunk or Treat. It was a great event. All our elementary schools had a trunk, and it was Jurassic themed, so it was a very good event. And October 11th, I attended the Head Start Policy Committee meeting, and I just wanted to share that I just wanted to acknowledge all the parents that are participating and acknowledge that it's all women and moms that are there supporting their students and trying to get involved, so I just want to give them a special shout out. And I also attended the community showcase, and it was a great event. I just want to thank staff for all the hard work they did. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Rios.
Thank you. Mine is the statement. I encourage members of the public to reach out to individual board members. We have areas that we represent, and it's important to know that people that come to our podium, or it is helpful to know that they are, in fact, people that we represent. I'm more than happy to improve communication, because what I'm starting to see is that opinions that are coming to the podium appear to be people that maybe are not from our district. Like, I want to hear the opinions of people that live in our district, that are current parents from our district, that are taxpayers in our attendance area, that are residents, and not outsiders from extremist organizations that are pushing an agenda. It's important that people not use our public forum to propagate misinformation. I mean, normalizing pedophilia, like, oh my goodness. Like, we are in charge of education, we are in charge of schools and outcomes. We want our kids to be prepared for the future. for college and careers. Like the stuff that we are listening to is just wow. The other thing that I want to say is that, again, it really bothers me to see that people are using our public forum to propagate misinformation, to disrupt and derail our efforts to provide a free and public education for all. Unfortunately, boardrooms have become a place for some people to bring their political ideologies and religious ideologies and do exactly what they're trying to accuse us of, which is indoctrination or, again, propagating these ideologies. I caution my colleagues. I don't know that they care, but I like to think that they do. The last time we indulged in discussing policies that we were beyond the realm of what we do, it got dangerous. I mean, it got so dangerous that I had to file a police report because people come here and they're very passionate about their ideas and they have every right to, but all of a sudden they come on the attack when we don't agree with them or when we speak up against them or when we don't vote in the way that the person that they align their ideas with votes. We're here to do a job of a board member. We're not here or shouldn't be here to discuss, I'll say it again, Senate bills, Assembly bills, actions of the governor. There is a forum for that. There is a place for that. It should not be in the boardroom. And when we indulge in that and when we invite people to even do that here, I don't think it should be acceptable. Again, if it's about what we do, then we're more than happy to. I'm more than happy to support that. The last thing that I want to say is we're about parents. It's part of our LCAP goal. You're never going to talk to a teacher that doesn't want to communicate with parents. You're never going to talk to an administrator that doesn't want to let parents know what's going on in the school that their child attends, whether they got hurt, whether they need to do something. If there are other issues, there are laws that protect students. And you want to talk about freedom? That's not something that we get to infringe upon. There are Title IX. Maybe that's something that we need to have a forum on the rights of students. Parents want to be a part of that. I mean, I'm never as a parent going to claim that the school is raising my child. I raise my children, very well, whether or not they went to Whitney. They're doing very well because I see that they have a quality education. I see to their core values. I see to who they become as people. I take full responsibility for that and full credit for that. I want them to go to school so they can learn how to read, how to write well, how to communicate, how to think critically, how to do all those other things that are academic. Do I want the schools to look out for their social and emotional well-being? Sure. I don't mind my kid learning how to, take a breath when he's upset, or how to use mindfulness strategies to calm himself down, or how to use strategies to deal with conflict. That's what SEL does. When you start talking about medical procedures, it's just like beyond me, like why are we even indulging in that? That's not what we're in the business of doing. So again, that's it. Again, I like us to focus on the role of a school board member, the role of us as educators, and that is a discussion of what is best for students. Am I for parents being involved? 100%. I don't know that any of us would disagree with that, ever. That's it.
Dr. Yenyo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since I was absent last meeting, I'm going to go back a little bit. On Tuesday, September 19th, I attended Cerritos High School Football Booster Fundraiser at Frantone's Pizza. Thank you, Artesia, Councilman Renee Trevino, and Angel Lagoria for the invite. On Thursday, September 28th, I attended our Strategic Planning Board Advisory Committee meeting. Thank you, Dr. Castro, for changing things up and getting all members involved. I was most impressed with our student representative, Ms. Sofia Manansala, for her leadership and ideas. She's definitely beyond her years. On Saturday, October 7th, I attended the City of Artesia's International Day Festival. Thank you to the Artesia City Council for planning and throwing a successful event. On Thursday, October 12th, I contributed to the GAR Band Boosters fundraiser at Seven Leaves in Artesia and had a taro milk with boba. And this past Saturday, on October 14th, I got a much-needed car wash. I attended CHS's Club Makaisa Car Wash fundraiser. Thank you to Club Makaisa advisor, Ms. Oliva, and Club President Caitlin Casicas for the donut breakfast and a much-needed car wash. That's all I have, Mr. President. May God bless you all and keep you well.
Thank you, sir. Clerk Nishi.
Thank you, Mr. President. So yes, I attended the Diwali Festival. I went to the International Festival. I went to the Art Teacher Showcase, Bubble Festival at one of the elementary schools. We did all these things. What I'm glad about is Dr. Eugenio's report that the focus is on the schools. That's what we are here about. We are here about what we can do, not what we can't do. And I do appreciate the parents that came and said, you know, kids are the #1 concern of parents, and that's true. And communication is, I remember, I think one of the parents said communication is a very important factor. That's also very true, and so I appreciate parents and our specific community members within our community expressing those particular views. So those are all good things that we do. But we have to keep it on the kids, because I caution this board from talking about things that we would love to talk about, the state legislature and the feds and everything else like that. But the reality is we sit here on the school board, and our main focus should be on Bragg and how those kids can make a difference for the future, and how those kids can have the tools academically to succeed. That's what we should be talking about. We can't be distracted by things we can't not even control, that we have no ability to do. We can listen, and that's important. Our job is to listen to parental concerns, and our job is to implement the best we can within the constraints that we have, the policies and procedures that we are permitted. But literally, they regulate when we wash our footballs. So to discuss these other things and also create division within ourselves, right? That's the impression that we provide to this school district. You know that there's some school districts out there where 23% of the principals have resigned. 23, is that good for the kids? Absolutely not. It is not good for the kids for that to happen, because that school is distracted. Their main thing should be their kids. Instead, it's the drama on the board. And it's sexy, it's fun to fight about these issues. But we should be talking about math scores, guys. Math scores. I like how bragged about how they got better math scores, 6% in 1 year. How can we replicate that other places? Do we want to spend precious board time talking about things we have no control over? There's no doubt we all care about our kids, and we all struggle under burdens and difficulties. We had a person who won an award, and they had to do that without their parents. And we have people all over the world who don't have the pleasure of living in a place where they don't get bombed. Literally. I think we should appreciate what we have. We should appreciate that we're blessed to live in this great country. But that us as board members, if we talk about school, if we talk about academics, we can't lose. But if we talk about everything else that we don't have control of, oh sure, we're going to have a bunch of issues thrown around in the world. And what did we do? What can we do about it? Nothing. We could just express our opinion, divide the community, divide the board, and lose sight of the main thing, which is our kids. Rather than lose 23% of our principals, rather than have parents going and protest and getting votes for things, I would rather the parents work to have their kids study hard. I'd rather the parents not have to go out and get votes or come to board meetings. I would rather that they got to have their kids spend time with their math homework. So that's what I think the main thing is. I thank Board Member Eugenio for his excellent report talking about the schools. I thank Board Member Noyola for his excellent report of talking about the schools. These are the things that we got to talk about, not things that divide us. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Say.
You know, I just want to publicly say the student gave me the book, but after I think over, I think I should turn it into the school district, put in the principal office because it looks nicer. I will buy this book and go ask him to sign for me. So I'm going to return it to you. And I also want to tell, as a board member, I think we don't just focus on students here. We also need to know what's going on outside. Not government always right, but we need to figure out what's the best for our school. That's how I am here for. I think we need to look both sides, not just say, hey, we're only here for students. Well, there's something we need to also represent. If it's not right, how can we make it right? That's my final. Thank you, I do want to say, you board member, you're great. When you involved in the city, which is, I used to go to Hawaiian Garden a lot before. I haven't gone there, but I will go back again. But you did a great job in there. You involved not just only your own area, you also visit other schools, like such a Winnie. You went to see it. Because there is the message that you are presented to me today, that you will make changes in there. And I want to salute to you. I want to thank you so much. Look out to all students. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Announcements. Our next meeting is November 7 at 7 p.m. I'm going to skip the committee meetings. I want both of our public speakers to get their full 5 minutes. Second public comment, Clerk Nishii.
Mr. Eddie Salcido.
Thank you, Mr. Beach. Thank you, board members, for extending the time tonight. I'm surprised you voted on 51183A, given all the discussion, how flawed it is, how fundamentally flawed it is. I'm not going to accuse Dr. Castro of lying, but I will say there was some misinformation that she provided the board, and there's plenty of evidence to back that up. I think her luck, as she said when I met her, we got lucky. Her luck is continuing tonight by getting this passed through. But I would ask the board, how do they change the timeline of admissions without passing a new policy? I think you got strong-armed tonight because they changed Dr. Zitlo, Dr. Castro, staff, changed the timeline on you and dropped this on you. Ernie, you did not have to vote on this tonight. You could have postponed. There is a policy in place. It wasn't like there wasn't. And if you read the policy line by line, there is no change. It's the exact same policy with the exception of some additional language that gives them more leeway to adjust the numbers however they want. For example, nothing changed with 10 kids from outside and 3 school employees, 13. This year we only had 7. So 6 additional spots just magically went to someone, went to one particular school. We have no rhyme or reason. We don't know how. No evidence will be presented. They just took those 6 spots and they gave them to, well, in this case, it probably looks like Leo because it's 27 students from Leo. It's not okay. I don't know how you pass this policy. It's fundamentally flawed. Even the geographic positioning, okay, put that in there. Geographically, if you look at the map, you go to the school district board, the website, there's a map. It says these feeder schools, these feeder schools, these feeder schools from the elementary go into this middle school. But yet, again, the numbers I gave you, 51 kids come from Carmenita. I mean, the numbers are 59% of Whitney High School 7th graders this year came from 2 feeder schools. How is that possible? We're talking about fair and equitable? There's no way. Even if you go in one by one and you say, okay, this was the original home school and it counts against where they went to school of choice, even then the numbers don't add up. So you could have taken some extra time. You already had a policy in place. There was no reason to pass this new policy because it just gives Dr. Castro and Dr. Zitlo and whoever works with them.
Excuse me, please avoid remarks or charges which reflect upon the character, motives, qualifications. Thank you.
I'm not sure that reflected that, but okay, understood.
I let the first couple go.
Okay. Mr. Beach, I apologize for my outburst in the middle of that, by the way. I just wanted to note that. It should not have come out. No matter what, we're still going to find the points that need to be found to hold this district accountable. Okay, and there were some other things that popped up. We're not talking affirmative action. We're not talking about Hawaiian Garden parents don't know. Hispanic parents, African American students, Asian parents, they're all very resourceful. So this wasn't about any of that. This is about fundamental process. There's no way you can implement this process. If you have 100 kids come from the 20 times 5, they have to say yes or no. And then you have to go and reorganize what the elementary schools are, 1, 2, 3, because 1 can go up to the 20. If that's just basic math. It's just basic fundamental implementation of policy. You cannot send 152 acceptances, 156 acceptances at once. You cannot. You can send 100, they come back, and they say yes or no, then you reorganize, then you reorder, then you give the 10 days. it's just there's so many things that could be worked out here, and that's why I'm surprised that you voted on this. I appreciate you guys having the discussion. That was a very long discussion, and I appreciate that. And at least there's some contemplation going that. But how you pass such a fundamental, and legal counsel wrote that, and there's that many just basic grammatical errors in it. I mean, I would rethink my legal counsel, especially for asking about medical practices and all different things on campus. But just sticking to this particular thing, there was no reason to pass it tonight. And nothing changed. Nothing. If you're going to create an ad hoc committee, it should be an oversight committee of what Dr. Zitlo and Dr. Castro are doing with the admissions process. That's an ad hoc committee that we can all support, because right now they're doing basically anything they want, because there is a written policy that was in place that was not followed, period, in the story. And Dr. Rios, if you want the numbers, all the numbers are here in terms of what the admissions were. Thank you.
Thank you. Alexia Brenes?
Hello, Board. I'm going to try to be as brief as I possibly can. Nobody here is trying to dispute California law. You know, I think Suyu had brought up before, it comes from Sacramento. I think all the parents and the community members are very aware of that. We are not trying to dispute. We are not trying to rewrite legislation. What we're simply trying to do is put in a parental notification policy, such as Temecula, Chino, Orange. There's many other districts in the state of California, since this legislation has passed, that have also done so. So we're not doing anything outside of what the board's local authority is, or what we're not requesting anything for you guys to go and rewrite California law. So that's number one. I did email everybody on the board about a few examples of that, so we can fix it or edit it if you guys choose to do so the next board meeting. That way you guys have an example of how that format looks, and then we can tailor it to our specific community and what our needs are in this community. So this is all, this new bill is all under the guise of mental health, which we have spent millions of dollars in this district on mental health. So I totally think that this is something that's very important to our community. However, if any child receives mental health, the only thing that parents are asking is that they're being involved in the process. That's all. It's that simple. We just want to know what's going on with our kids if they get pulled into the office. There's been many stories of students being pulled into the office, and parents had to come down. Last year, they were notified that they think that it would be best that their student in ABC, that their student should be in a temporary facility just to give them some, clear headspace. Now, with this new legislation, what would happen is the parents would not be notified of that. And that's where parents want to know. We want to know what's going on with our student, especially if they're suffering mentally. We need that partnership, right? The other thing is that I didn't really appreciate the comment that said, that when the public comes to speak, claiming that they are extremists, claiming that they are, you have to write police reports because parents are being violent, or the community members are being violent, or we're seeing people from outside of our community. My children are Latino. They are part of the 94% in this district. So for me, it's very important to come and speak to these board meetings. Unfortunately, we have to take the time away from our kids to be here. That's just the reality of it. It sucks. We don't want to be here, but when we're seeing so much go on in the district, or so much going on in our schools, it's good for us to come out and and let the community know what's going on so we can address these issues. We don't want to take time away from tutoring our kids in math or whatever it is. We want resources for furthering the education so we can all be as successful as Whitney is, because Whitney is a #1 school in the state, and we should all be very proud of that. But let's now transfer that over to our other schools so we can all be successful. Now, not all parents can make it, but yeah, saying things, insinuating that parents or community members are being violent without any proven evidence based, that comment was just very disturbing to me, because it could discourage a lot of our community members from coming out and speaking. And that's the opposite of what we want to do in our district. The other thing is the Filipino month, right? I thought that was great. I really appreciated how they kept it Filipino, because it's all gender inclusive. Now with the Latinos, we have the Latinos, which is also all gender inclusive, but we added the A and the X. I don't appreciate that. I feel like that is very offensive to our community, because our community is, it's been around for many, many centuries, like a very long time, the Latin community. So to put the X, because they don't like the A or the O, when the O is all inclusive, is really an attack and an assault on our language. And it's a new thing that Americans have decided to implement onto our culture. So if we can just, I don't know if that was a survey, but if we could just revise that and remove the X, I think that would be the best thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, it's 11 o'clock. Is there a motion for adjournment?
So moved by Sophia.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Meeting adjourned. Thank you, everybody.